Mhm. All right. Well, we are here, but it looks like they haven't crossed over from the other stream yet. So we'll just sit and have a chat.
Okay.
Here's Owen. Okay. Hi, Owen. We have gone live. It's Poopy. Hi, Poopy. Okay, people are here. So it is
Okay.
you
Hi
are
everyone.
joining once again the Aces never ever 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 sleep ever above and beyond ever 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 2026 IAD live stream. This is part 6, and we are like entering the final stretch now. I have had no sleep, but I lay down in the dark a little bit, which they say is almost as good. Thank you, I suspect S. So now we are. Koala is here joining us for Spotlight on Indonesia, and because Koala is my neighbor, only 2 hours away, I am going to be. 3 hours, only 3 hours away. I'm going to be doing this interview. So, Koala, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us where you're joining us from?
Hello everyone. My name is Koala. I go by any pronouns, and I'm joining from my wonderful country of Indonesia. If you don't know where it is, if you know Bali, it's basically where Bali is.
So, how do you personally describe your identity within the asexual spectrum?
Okay, so my personal identity in asexual spectrum is not quite straightforward because you know how there's a lot of stereotype around asexual people that they are against any sexual content or any sexual activity, but I identify as I go sexual, which means I still enjoy sexual content in media. I just don't really want to participate in it. And I'm also phrasexual, which is another micro label. That means the more I don't know about someone, I will get the better probability to be attracted to them. But for dailies, I will just say I'm ace.
I do the same, yeah. So, what was your personal journey like discovering the term ace spec while living in Indonesia?
So there's a unique situation in Indonesia where it's not easy to find content about asexuality. Kay, do you know that in Indonesia, basically asexuality, one of the biggest asexuality website is blocked by the government,
That doesn't
which
surprise
is,
me.
but it's very unique. I mean, if you're a government, why do you even block asexuality.org? Like, why? It just it's a resource for asexual folks to know more about themselves. Sorry, by the way, what was your question?
Uh, yeah, how did you find out about, like, what was your journey discovering asexuality?
Okay, sorry. So basically, I got a friend and we hang out a bit, and I assume that this person doesn't really like to talk about sexual stuff. And then I like, oh, okay, this is unique. This person have different experience than most people. Maybe I can learn more about this. And then I found a Instagram live on Aspec. Aspec is a Indonesian one of the is the biggest Indonesian asexual, aromantic, aplatonic spectrum groups in Indonesia. And I go to their Discord server. I make friends with people there, and I understand asexuality better there. And after some years, I do some questioning on myself, and then I found out that I'm aromantic. And after a few years, I found out that I'm asexual, and so on and so on. So it's not something that people can access easily in Indonesia because it's also a language barrier, you know.
Hmm.
Most of queer stuff in Indonesia, you have to learn it through English. If you type it in Indonesia, it will be so biased and negative towards a queer community, let alone asexual and aromantic people, which I happen to be both. If you type as aromantic or asexual, which is the Bahasa Indonesia version, it will probably it will pop up from Google a lot of uh, medical websites, which is not really the best place I want to find out about myself. I mean, if you type your identity and it's from a doctor or a medical specialist, you will be concerned, right? Oh no, is there something wrong with me or something? So, in Indonesia, finding out more about your asexual identity is not as straightforward. It also has a layer of classism into it. Like if you don't really learn English, it's very hard to learn about queer stuff. Significantly very hard. I fall into that stereotype that I'm a queer people and I can speak English in Indonesia. Even my friends in Indo Aspec speaks a lot of them speaks fluent English, but if you cannot speak much English, it's not the easiest time to know about asexuality. That's why I make an account on Instagram. Right now, it only talks about aromanticism, but I'm very interested to do more stuff on asexuality too. And it's full in bahasa Indonesia with Indonesian context, so any people can join it and watch my content.
So,
Yeah.
how would you describe the general cultural attitude toward dating and marriage in Indonesia?
Okay, nice. That's a nice question. Dating and marriage in Indonesia is a whole culture. I mean, if you okay, what is the stereotypical culture for people from the U.S.? Maybe in a cartoonish way, we can say, I don't know, guns, freedom, blah blah.
Like,
From Italy, we have yeah. In
like
it
in
from
Australia,
Italy,
yeah, we can say like there's kind of an expectation that you will get married, but if you're not going to, like, there's sort of a light. I would say there's a pressure that, it's something that society expects you to do, but I would say knowing people that are from an Asian culture, it's not the same level of pressure for sure. You know,
I
my
know this is
my
yeah. Go on, please.
my mother's never going to like arrange a husband for me, even if I am adamantly against it. When I have friends who have had, a man has come to the house to marry them, that's never going to happen to me.
In Indonesia, we seem to get a lot of social pressure to get married and to date. Uh, as uh, it relates to my intersectionality as aromantic and asexual, So if you're an Indonesian, you are getting a lot of sayings from the elders, from your friends, even from the whole society. So, are you seeing someone like that? People are asking your dating status all the time. In bahasa Indonesia, we have the word like pacar, which means like girlfriend, boyfriend, or partner. Pacar is a big thing in Indonesia. If you are single or not single, people can it can be a whole conversation with your friends. Uh, it's a topic you can chat casually with old friends. Have they married yet? Are they seeing someone? It's a small. It maybe in another country it can be seen as rude to ask people directly, like, "Hey, are you married yet? Hey, are you seeing someone?" As a small talk. But in Indonesia, is it's I'd say it's rampant. And at first I don't really mind about it. I mean, sure, people are happy with being married. People are happy with being with having a partner, which is valid, of course. But when you don't really have the, I would say, attraction to do that in a country where marriage and dating is a very big culture, it's systemic. You know, you will feel like there's something wrong with you.
What does
And
is it
so,
kapanika?
oh yeah,
What does that mean?
kapanika is basically a repeated phrase in Indonesia that translates to when will you get married? Yeah.
So
So
does that like how does that make being a spec particularly stressful?
kapanika is a famous Indonesian word okay, so for more cultural context in Indonesia we have a lot of family gatherings. For the Muslims, we have like Idul Fitri, which brings similar concepts to like Chinese New Year. Basically, families get together, and when families get together, uh, they talk about like where do you work, how's your life, like something like that. But they also bring up something like when will you get married, how's your marriage life, and when we can expect a firstborn kid or secondborn kid. So
The next step on the relationship escalator, have you heard that
yeah,
phrase? Yeah, when can we
yeah,
expect you to take the next step? Yeah.
yeah, and I can like put the stairs like, are you seeing someone, are you dating someone, when will you get married, when can we expect a first child, second child. And it in I have the assumption that in other countries people don't really talk about those stuff very directly, but in Indonesia it's a small talk, like you're asking how's the weather.
Yeah, yeah, they ask you those things here, yeah, but there is like a it is sort of rude, yeah.
Yeah, it is a
Yeah, if
road
you
in
if
it.
you asked me repeatedly and got in my face about it, that would be rude.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you ask me
I'm
once,
sorry. I'm sorry to doing this, but I will do something that will symbolize what it's like to be asked kapan nikah in Indonesia. Are you married yet? It's basically something like that. Can you believe? I mean, okay, marriage in Indonesia is a very how do I say it? It's a big cultural thing. Okay, wait. There's a comment from YouTube. Indonesia, you are also expected to marry in your mid 20s, and any later would be strange. Yeah, so it's even from the 19s or even in when I was middle school, my grandma already asked, "Who will you marry in the future?" Yeah, Like, it's a common thing here.
mm,
But I'm sorry, I remember to say this in the middle of this interview, but I think we need to make the context of my intersectionality of identity first. I live in a big city in Indonesia, which means I probably not as understanding of the major fast culture in smaller cities in Indonesia, because Indonesia is a vastly diverse culture. But so that's my limitation on the culture that I live in. But that comment is very right. In your mid 20s, if you haven't get married yet, oh boy,
and we
you
know
better yeah,
we
you
know
better get your
statistically that
ears
in
be
rural
prepared.
areas it would be even younger than that. Yeah.
It will be younger than that. It will be younger than that. I have talked a lot of. I have talked a lot of maybe strong things about marriage. I believe that if you are happy with it, it's good for you. But when you don't have the knowledge that you can just not getting married if you don't want to, if the government is blocking resource for you to know that, and the resource to learn more about that are not easy to access in Bahasa. Yeah, a lot of people that I know are being pushed by their family to get married, even my fellow asexuals. Oh yeah, by the way, in Indonesia, as far as I know, being married, which is a typical romantic things to do, is almost synonymous with having sexual activities. So if you get married, you ought to have kids, which means sexual activity. For me, as an aromantic asexual, that is a wild concept, but can see that other people are not like me. But people don't talk about the details about that here. Like people expect you to get married, and rarely they talk about the expectations that you have to have kids. So people will say to your face, "When will you get married? When will you get married? When will you get married?" But it is never explained to me that when you get married, you have to do sexual stuff. And when I realized that, it's very scary. Like it indirectly that those sentences can be taken as "When will you have sex? When will you have sex?" Which is very not the thing that I and a lot of aspec people are comfortable with hearing every maybe 2 or 3 days from colleagues.
Yeah. We need to kind of move on to the next section of questions, which is talking about the sort of what you've called the double invisibility challenge. So, what's the current social and legal climate for the broader LGBTQ plus community in Indonesia?
The larger climate of the queer community.
Yeah.
Indonesia is known for it's not a safe place to be queer in Indonesia, whether in sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity. It's a very collectivist society, and I will not say that there are no queer people in Indonesia. Of course, there are, but by societal standards and even the law by the police and the government, they can crack down some queer activities and stuff and accuse it that it's against the law. So being queer in Indonesia is not easy. But I think my friends in Indo Aspect would disagree with me in this. But being aromantic and asexual in Indonesia is sort of uh, I personally have higher level of safety on that identity because people will just nudge me to will annoy me to death about the marriage thing, but they don't really like pull my hands and uh, come on, do sexual stuff. Like people don't do that, but other people are. My friends experience that. Like you have to get married, or I mean, what are you gonna do if you're an adult and you don't get married? Uh, they get pushed around by their families.
Are there any identities that are illegal?
I'm not very. I don't really remember the details on queer identity in on laws, but by practice, it's practically illegal.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
being blocked on the internet is a form of illegality. Information
yeah,
being
but
is yeah.
by law, I don't think it's illegal, but in practice,
Mm.
yeah, what matters for us is the things that we get in practice, right? It blocked. I mean, where else can I learn more about myself in there?
Since
It's not
being
a
queer
safe. Sorry, please continue.
since being queer is often a sensitive or unpopular topic there, so how much harder is it then to talk about asexuality? Do you feel that the local queer community understands and includes aspec people?
I have my non-asexual queer folks are my first friends for me to be safe, and I wouldn't say that they're have evil intentions, like or mean intentions toward asexuality. In Indonesia, broadly speaking, romanticism and asexuality is not really known. So we are in practically all most of the time we are invisible. So every time I bring up my identity, I have to put up a PowerPoint. This is asexuality. It means this. It doesn't mean this. These are the fake stereotypes. So I have to like do all that to people. Not everyone get it in good manner, but most of my friends do, and I'm happy that they are like that. But I have been to a lot of. I'm sorry. I have a lot of queer, non-aspec queer, non-asexual queer friends. I just don't think the queer community that I know in Indonesia is yeah. Wait, there's a comment by Little Lemon Seed that you're not everyone's teacher. Yeah, I'm very tired to pull up a PowerPoint every time I have to explain my identity. Can you believe this is? I'm a human. I have 4 limbs. Like I don't have to tell you that every time.
And that's not
Okay,
all
sorry.
of you either. Like you just want to get on with having a different conversation. This is the only
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
about you. Yeah.
yeah. I just want to talk like I don't want to think that I know I talk a lot about my orientation, but I don't really want to talk it that much if I don't have to. Yeah.
You were talking to me just before about language as well. And do you even
Hmm.
have the words to talk about asexuality in your own language, or are you
Roughly,
with English?
yeah. The words that I know in bahasa Indonesia is that asexuality translates to asexual. We have the word for it, but if you type it in Google, let's see what happens. I will type it right now. Asexual, enter. Okay, I will use the when I type it in English, it shows a lot of affirming and helping websites. Let's see what happens if I type asexual in Indonesia. Okay, first site. How can someone be asexual? Asexual, the condition which you don't have the desire to have sex from a medical side. Asexual, when you don't like sex from a medical, another medical, and another medical. Yeah, even if you have the word, it's not really helpful to use it in Google and in
Yeah.
broader. Yeah. Do you tell many people that you're ace? I just there's a question in the comment section asking if I tell people that I'm ace. I still feel insecure about it, so I rarely talk about it. And when I do, I hope for the better that this person will not invalidate me. That's why I think I don't know when you use the word asexual in bahasa, you get not so helpful articles. That's an interesting key points, I think. But we have the word.
Let's talk about the activism that you do. So you use comics and digital art for your activism. Why did you choose a creative path for spreading awareness?
Okay, my therapist told me to. uh,
Really?
I okay, so being invisible and having to pull out a PowerPoint every time I have to explain myself cannot relate to dating talks or marriage talks or how are you into? Oh my god, I want to do this. All of those talks I cannot relate. So I need to vent out some emotions. Okay, I know like Cody from Ace Date Advice or Yasmin, I really see them as amazing folks, and sometimes I cannot see myself as amazing as those Ace activists. I'm doing the art because I'm pretty sad about my situation, and I just want to let it all out. But at the same time, I want to give something. I want to give myself something to be happy about my asexuality. Hey, I create an art. I make something. Also, Cody, by their video, told people that you can just make an art. You don't have to be angry all the time. You put your anger into a comic or something. So I do it.
What are the unique challenges of doing ACE education in Indonesia specifically? Which
The
I think
unique
we've kind
challenges.
of talked about, but doing it the way that you do it.
Okay, the unique challenges to an asexual advocation. I think I will use the framework. I've learned about this framework a few years ago in the internet. So basically, to do activism, you cannot just go straight to the heavy part. You cannot say asexuality matters when people don't really know what asexuality even is. So you gotta let people know that, hey, this is asexuality. This exists. That's the first step, and the second step is the experience of asexual folks are valid. So they experience this, and the experience are valid. And step three is to show that the these experiences hurt asexual people. And the step four is basically these are the stuff you can do to help the asexual community to live a better life. In Indonesia, I think based on my limited experience with my friends, it's on stage one. You have to let people know that this is asexuality is, and and you have to explain the misconception about what asexuality is. You have to explain that it is not celibacy. So it's in the stage of introduction. My friends often ask me about my personal experience with asexuality. Sometimes they ask two personal questions, but yeah, baby steps, let's go. Sometimes they ask a lot of too deep and personal questions that I'm not comfortable with. So I just send them some videos of Ace Dead advice. If you haven't checked Ace Dead advice, you have to. They're an amazing activists.
Do we have a banner for ACE dad advice already, or can we get one now? Because we all love him. He's been on the 24-hour live stream before. You've kind of already answered that question. So, what is the biggest challenge you think for the next generation of Indonesian aspec individuals?
When I reviewed the question for this interview and help for the logistic of this interview, I thought about this question the most. Like, what will the next generation of asexuality? Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question?
What do you think the biggest challenge is for the next generation?
The biggest challenges, yeah.
Indonesian aspects, you know. So when my main goal is, I think, I just want the next little ace girl like me to not have to go through what I went through, and that's my whole goal, you know. And so, what's your kind of feeling?
Personally, I just want other questioning or asexual folks in Indonesia to know that they're not alone. Specifically in Indonesia, or specifically in their city, because sure you can learn about asexuality online, and oh, these are the amazing folks of ace activists, but they speak in English, they live abroad. I need someone to help me to live my life in here in my city. I just want to let you know that you're not alone. We literally have a Discord server for Indonesian aspec folks. We like we do hangouts, we do stuff there, some games. Sometimes we watch a movie, and we of course talk about the nuance of being asexual in Indonesia, especially. The question mentions about the big. I okay, so coming back to the culture of marriage and also religion in Indonesia, it is a specific thing in Indonesia. I think that it's a meme in Indonesia to say religion plays such a big role here. Yeah, if any other Indonesian listening right now, you know that meme in TikTok. So basically, in Indonesia, religion and the marriage culture is a unique experience for ace people. And I hope, other than not feeling alone, the current community can help to navigate those two specifically. I don't mean to say that religion is a hurdle, but there must be a way to have more resource, language, and a community to when the whole social circle told you to get married or you have to get married because those are getting married is half of the religion. It's a big saying here in Indonesia. So it's not just seen as a social necessity, but also a connection to God necessity.
And what's one thing that you want the international audience to understand about the Indonesian aspec experience?
What one thing I want the uh, hmm, one thing I want them to know about Indonesian aspect experience. I think that we exist and sometimes we make words of our own because in my queer community sometimes people use at first the concepts from Western queer communities, but then in my community, the queer community in Indonesia, we use concepts that try to should I say the word decolonize? Basically, we make it our own. We
Yeah,
uh, we we grow it from the roots of Indonesia. Oh, this is our culture. This is our uh, way to and our unique struggles in Indonesia. So asexuality, aromanticism, or other queer identities are very diverse, and the experience of it has various experience in multiple countries, including Indonesia.
yeah. I'm going to take some of the questions that have been in the chat now, and if people have other questions, then now would be a great time to put them down. First of all, this question: have you ever been told, "Oh, you're ace"? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh no, I'm ace. Ah, no. Okay, have I been told that? Oh, you're ace. I'm sorry to hear that. No, people. Okay, I will say some of the stuff that has been said to me when I tell people that I'm ace. It can be pretty triggering because it have been to me. So just a trigger warning before I said it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. My Some of my folks said that there's no way you don't feel anything. Other people say you should get that checked to a doctor. Like
Mhm.
they cannot fathom the idea that a person can not experiencing sexual attraction to other people. Yeah, I've been told that, but I never been told specifically. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe because in Bahasa people don't really say that. Like uh, maaf is basically sorry in Indonesia, so people don't say maaf. You are asexual. They don't say maaf. They say like, how will you be happy then? Something like that.
I'm wondering, how do you take care of yourself? Activism is hard work, and everyone deserves a break sometime.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't. That's a joke. Okay. I wonder, how do you take care of yourself? I have a community. To be honest, I would never speak here in front of you folks if I if I don't have a full support of community. I know this event from aspec friends. Community has been my biggest support, and my therapist told me that they are my main biggest support in Indonesia, because I can, what is curhat in English? I can tell them when I feel sad about certain ace or error experience. I can ask them for specific aspect advice. I can chat with them. I can hang out with them without the expectation that I wanna do sexual activity with them. It's the community that helped me this far. So help your nearby asexual.
So, Brana Kolarov is asking, can we see some of your art?
Okay.
Can you put a link to your Instagram? Certainly, you need to give us a link to your Instagram so that we can put it in the chat. But if you're able to show up now.
Okay, so I think I need to. It's too late for me to say this, but currently, I only make the arts about aromanticism at first. But I was tasked by my therapist to make a booklet. It's some kind of guide to help asexual folks to understand themselves better. But here we go. Here's the link to my comics.
Yeah. We like aromantic art here.
In a way, these aromantic art are very tied to asexuality as well. It's just that it gets mixed up because I'm sorry?
It does sound like you have a good therapist.
Oh my God. Okay. For Indonesian folks, if you want, okay, I won't say my therapist's name, but if you want a therapist who understands asexuality, aromanticism, not being monogamous, and all other stuff that is considered deviance in Indonesia, my therapist, through lots of interaction with me, has learned a lot. We learn a lot together, and now I would say she helps me to understand myself better, and she's not like putting me down. Are you sure you're asexual? She would never say that. My therapist is very good. Yeah,
that's incredible. Because even, or like, you know, in the US, in Australia, in the UK, Canada, Scandinavia, everywhere, therapists say that sort of thing all the time.
Yeah, in Indonesia, it's the majority that say that. Okay, wait. I need to confirm that I have sent the link in the private chat. Should I put it somewhere else or?
No, that's right. And Erwin or Nia, have you got that? Magic is happening. Magic is happening.
Magic is happening. Let's go. Okay. Yep. So when she in Indonesia you have
down the bottom.
Okay, in Indonesia you have to get a license to be a therapist, right? Before that, you go to some practices under a licensed therapist. You go handle clients, but you don't have the license yet. It's just like a practice to be a therapist, and you are open about it to your clients. So I met this therapist online, and at first she doesn't have that much knowledge about aromanticism and asexuality, which is okay, but she shows a lot of respect, intelligence, and willingness to learn. I think I have more, maybe 30 sessions with her, and one by one, I sort of became the teacher at first, but after so long, she ends up helping me. Should I say that I created an aspec friendly therapist in Indonesia Probably yes. Hell yeah. Uh,
You did good work.
I thank you. It took years.
You know, the
Uh,
state of therapists is so bad that when I had to grade doctors and medical professionals for my research, um, you having to teach them yourself, I graded that as good. Um, you know, the state was being so bad. Yeah, I graded that as being open to being taught by the patient. That's a good. Um,
that's
otherwise,
good. That's good.
otherwise, standard would be way too low.
Okay, but
Amadou,
I think
it's
I need.
great that you
I
have
think I think I.
support. So yeah, if
I think I
people,
need.
maybe someone in Indonesia needs a recommendation, they could go to you on Instagram and you could perhaps
Of course, I'm happy to help because
them.
in Indonesia we have an account called Dokter Tanpa Stigma, which translates to doctors without prejudice. It's a list of a whole lot of practitioners in Indonesia, not just therapists, also dentists, general practitioner, and a lot of doctors that fits. Okay, so a lot of people do reviews on these doctors personally, and oh, this doctor doesn't judge me on this. This doctor doesn't judge me on this. It's an open public links in their Instagram, and you can use that. But for more detailed, specific stuff about asexual friendly therapists, you kind of have to go around and asking ace folks about it. Same goes for to queer folks. Where can I find a queer friendly, let's say a gay friendly therapist? You have to dig a little bit deeper in queer community in Indonesia. We need more therapists like yours. Ha ha ha. For once, I am proud of my country.
Are there any other questions? We can just chat. We can just chill. I can ask.
Again.
I can ask the usual question.
Oh, thanks for asking. I'm good. Oh, no one asking that. Uh,
It's been so wonderful talking to you. It's nice.
thank you.
I love meeting new ace people.
Uh, I think while we waiting for the questions, and I still have like 18 or so minutes. I want to talk about how.
Thank you, because Koala wrote all of the questions, and we've been able to use some of Koala's questions for some of the other discussions as well, which has been very helpful. And they're such thoughtful and interesting questions.
Because I thought that my unique panel would be about like, oh, what is unique about Indonesia or maybe Southeast Asia in that matter. Wait, I forgot what I was gonna talk about.
If you could take your activism, like if you could take your activism out of Indonesia, like what would you like to do, kind of on a more international level?
I honestly never thought about it because I always see Yasmin, Benoit, and Cody from A State Advice as like someone so far away. Wait, what year is it? 2026. I found out that I'm asexual maybe 2022. Yeah. I've been ace for I've been knowing ace stuff for 4 years. It never crossed my mind to go that far, but heck yeah, I think I would do it. I mean, why not? What will I do if I get like more audience? To be honest, I still want to focus more on Indonesia because if you can speak English and know some queer language, there are a lot of apa? There are a lot of resource for you to access, be it a YouTube video, written or an article, but in Bahasa Indonesia, it's not a lot. Oh, yeah, that's a very good question. Can you? Nah, okay.
That's what I gasped at. Such a fantastic question. Yes, please go.
Okay.
Please give us
Who's
recommendations.
ready? Are there any Indo characters or story that you read as aspec? I think I know who asked this. I know who you are. I think it's my friend. Okay, so in who's ready for a folklore from Indonesia? So Indonesia contains a lot of ethnicity, culture, and basically a lot of folklore from different islands and area of the country. One of them is I am so ashamed that I forgot what the title is. I think it is uh, Putri Rambut Perak, or that means the princess with the silver hair. Okay, so this princess doesn't want to get married, and then he gets pushed around to get married. But, okay, I will tell you the simplified story, but my friend told me this in. I'm sorry to jumping across topics, but basically my friends had a presentation about five of their five top romantic characters, and the princess with the silver hair. Yeah, yeah. She doesn't want to get married. People push her around. She has the itu Putri Rambut. Yeah, the folklore is Langkuse. You can search it up. The princess get pushed around to get married, which in Indonesia usually means to have sex. She doesn't want it. She turns some people's hair into silver as well. But in the end, she's told to be happy without any partner, which is very rare in Indonesia. So it is seen as a good ending for Langkuse, the silver-haired princess. Can you imagine you reading that as a child? Oh, this is a happy ending.
It's a happy
I don't know.
ending. Yeah, that's
It's a happy ending.
wow, that's an unusual ending for an aromantic.
That's an unusual ending. I didn't even know this story exists if my friends never told me. That is so cool. I think there are more Arrow folks in Indonesian folklore, but I cannot pull that on top of my head right now. Langkuse. Indonesian culture go international, hell yeah. An actual happy ending.
You'll have to make sure that the literature panel sees this one.
The folk tale of Langkus is Langkuse.
Putri.
So I think I need to. Oh, okay, there's one question there. May I recommend a score to recruit more Indonesian people? It's a huge discourse, maybe a bit overwhelming at first, and mainly English speaking. But okay. Thank you for your shout out on Ace Court. By the way, I think I need to highlight that in Indonesia, the sex education is basically none. So people push you around to get married. When will you have a partner? When will you get married? But they never really talk to you that, oh yeah, by the way, you have to have sex. Like, what? You never told me that. It's kind of like just dumped from the sky, and then, oh yeah, marriage, good. No, do sexual stuff. Like it's the government. It's not mandatory in school to teach you about sex and sexual education. The culture doesn't really teach you directly about, oh yeah, this is healthy sex. This is something you have to do to be safe. Uh, some people don't even know why they get pregnant, because they never been taught the technicals of those stuff. So it's unique to Indonesian. Mm,
We have just want to let people know that we have just a few more minutes with Koala before we have a spotlight on France next, which I think is the last of our spotlights. So if there are any more questions, now is the time to get them in real quick. So we have about 4 more minutes. But thank you so much, Koala, for coming and talking to us. Oh, have you told your parents about your asexuality? That is a personal question, but if you're willing to answer it.
I'm okay with it. I told my parents that I do not want to have my own kids, which is not the same that explaining to them that I do not experience sexual attraction, but it kind of get the job done. I don't want to really drag the details to my parents. As long as they don't push me to do sexual activity, it's okay. And should I tell about this online? I mean, my parents don't really think I am attracted to women, which is a good thing. I mean, my mom suggests to have a girl to sleep in my house because she missed a plane. Okay, so she missed a plane and she needs a place to stay for the night. And my parents suggest that, oh, your friend missed a plane. Why don't you bring her home to sleep in our house, because it will be cheaper than spending money on hotel. And they told me that our children doesn't really, aim for sexual activity with women. Let's go. I'm sorry, that makes me happy.
Are there any symbols that you want, or that the Indo aspec community uses?
Any symbols you want the Indo aspect community to use? Wait, I think we already have a symbol made by our the one that I think there are like 3 or 4 people that make the server. We have a symbol of a butterfly for Indo aspect. I think I should know better what the symbol means, but yeah, we have a symbol. It's a butterfly. That's interesting.
Cool. All right, it's time for us to transition now. In goodly time. Behold my excellent time. It's Blahaj!
It's Blahat.
Hello, Blahaj. Thank you for
Yeah.
making an appearance on our stream. Good to see you.
Bye bye. Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye. Thank you so much, Koala.
My
It was great to
gosh.
speak to you.
Oh no. I accidentally dropped my.
Oh, a new friend! I unpacked so many friends when I have been unpacking boxes, but I'm sticking with.
You know, this bear is 28 years old.
That is impressive, but I
Yes.
can beat it. I can go over 40.
I can't do it. Why? Why would you say that? Okay. Bonsoir.
This guy's almost 70.
Why are people talking French? Oh, yeah, because we have the French panel. Okay.
Almost 70. Look at his condition.
It's amazing. Pristine, I'd say. I see that like the next guest is already in the backstage. So Jan, if you want, I will now put you on stage. Is that a no? It was a no. They disappeared. Okay then.
Oh, here, they're back.
You're back. Ciao.
Have a box of ancient plushies.
Hello.
Hi.
Jan, it is nice to see you.
Nice
Well,
to
we
see
are
you.
going
Thanks for
to
inviting me.
we are going to wait. It's been a long time since we had some French presence in the IAD. So when I saw that there's an active collective in Paris, I was like, okay, I have to get these people. So we're probably gonna wait like for the 4 minutes we need to get to the actual time of the panel, just in case someone was waiting till the last minute, which is
Sure thing.
legitimate.
Look at me early.
You want to be
Yeah.
early?
Yeah. I'm getting no, I'm finishing early to make sure that the next panel can start on time.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have problems with that.
Yeah, I'm keeping things moving.
Unless I start blubbering about anti-fascist stickers again, but I think it is 6 p.m. Poopy. Congrats, you
Good mapping.
you mastered time zones.
Oh no, it won't show it. It says 17:57.
Yeah.
It is 2 a.m. here. Or 1:57 a.m.
Oh.
When are you going to sleep?
When the Guarana allows. We've now been going. I tried to have a nap. I tried to have like a 2-hour nap. And I lay down to go to sleep, but I just couldn't sleep. And I'm guessing because I had so many energy drinks to keep me awake that now I can't go to sleep. So, I lay down in the dark, and as I said, I've read that like just lying down with your eyes closed is like helpful, and it's better than not lying down with your eyes closed. Better than doing nothing at all. Applause! Poopy has mastered time zones.
There's a lot of people speaking French in the chat, and some people I know are French. The other people are just trying to be nice and polite, and I really like this. Like, hey, there's a French person. Let's speak French.
I tried to get Duolingo Owl to teach me some French, and I tell you, I cannot remember virtually a word. The owl does not work.
Yeah, likes to harass you, the Duolingo owl, but I don't think it's the best way to learn a language.
No.
It
did teach me mathematics very well.
Oh, I know it does music as well, the Duolingo owl.
That is not effective for languages. All right, it's 1:59. I am going to leave.
Ciao.
Keen to hear all about France. Thank you for hosting again, S.
Then we have a free slot, and I think we're going to have some. There's the right amount of wind to have the flag. This amazing effect. Breezy Ace flag. Well, Jan, thank you for being here. I'm so happy we're gonna have like a French spotlight. As I mentioned before, like spotlight are my favorite kind of panel in the Aces Never Sleep live stream, because I always learn so much. I learned a lot from the Danish panel today, but also the one from Catalonia, and I'm sure the French one as well. I don't know if you have already like watched some of the stream. In case you haven't, I will introduce myself. I have been here for, I think, at least 24 hours. My name is S. I am an aspec activist from Italy. And I have one of the crazy minds behind this idea of doing 30 hours of continuous live stream. I'm not the only one though, so I'm not the only criminal mind. I'm so happy to have you here. First things first, I would ask you if you want to like introduce yourself to our audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Jan, and I've been ace for at least a decade now, I think. And I was more active before in the ace community in France and in Paris. And then I took kind of a year off because I was at a master's. But then Aces Never Sleep came around and no one had come forward. So I was like, oh, I speak English and I know ace stuff. And so I volunteered, and a few hours later, here I am. Well, a bit more than a few hours later. But yeah, so really glad to be here. I'm not by any means an expert on ace things, but I like talking about it. I like talking in general. And so I have an Instagram that's on the screen, Aspace Paris, which I started to kind of try and collect information about different ace communities and arrow communities in Paris and in France, because we're quite kind of dispersed. But other people have ended up doing much better jobs at collecting that information, especially the Strasbourg group, who have a map of the communities. And so if anyone listening in the comments has a community that is in France and wants to add themselves to that map, I can probably put a link somewhere and people can add that. That way we can all know who's out there and communicate a bit better.
That's it's a great idea, and I think we all really like to see the map. If you have 1 second and can like drop the link, you can drop it in the private chat, and tech support people are going to put it on in the comments if it's fine. I don't know if this is something that is meant not to be kept a bit more safe. No, it's public.
It's an open website. I assume they do some back end kind of sorting of the input. You have to kind of put your email in and things like that before you register a group. But hopefully they're going to get an influx of messages and be like, what on earth is going on? That'd be good. And apparently people can't see my pronouns. So should I say those?
Yeah. They don't show when there is a banner under, so it wasn't your fault at all. So sorry, I don't see your group's name on this map.
Yes. So Aspace Paris had a few events about a year or so ago, and then kind of through these events, we met bigger groups and kind of merged with them. So now I mainly use the account to repost other people's initiatives. There's a group on the app Meetup run by ADCA, who are them kind of, I think, the biggest ace arrow organization in France. And they have meetups in Toulouse, Nantes, I think Angers recently, and Paris. And those are quite regular. So I just, left in-person meetups to their capable hands.
Okay. So, how long has how do you say it in French? Like, because I would have pronounced it like Aspace with an English.
Yeah.
Aspace. So, how long has it been like a thing?
So I made the account with a friend maybe 2 years ago now, when we realized we couldn't really find much asexuality in Paris and France on Instagram. And we had a few in-person events where we met other people and where we learned about other communities and other groups who were doing things. And so, yeah, it's been about 2 years. I've not been super consistent with it because life hits you like a truck.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it's been about that long. And then the ADCA group have been around since before COVID, I believe. And they seem to have took over after ADA. And so it's kind of been this ongoing sequence of different groups kind of popping up to be the main organization. in France. And then also all these regional meetups, for these kind of discussion groups in different cities. The Strasbourg one is quite active. And then also just individuals as well, posting in French from France about, or communicating in general, not just posting about asexuality. There are a few kind of names that come regularly, and some really cool academics doing some great research as well.
Okay. Apart, we know, as you said, that like life hits us like a truck and it changes plan. But ideally, do you have any, future projects or wishes, something you'd like to do with Aspace in the future going on?
Yeah. So my three main ideas, or our three main ideas with my collaborator, were to kind of bring more like centralized information online, to create in-person groups, which we then, we then seeded way to these already existing groups that we hadn't heard about before. And now just reposting their stuff instead. And then for me, I study languages and culture. And for me, I think it's very important, and that's how I see the future of Aspace, is more working in translation and translating existing documentation in English into French. And just that was the main kind of idea when I started it, was assembling people and also translating documents that are already in English into French and vice versa, because there's some really interesting academics coming out of France who mainly post as well in English, because that's just academia for you. But yeah, just kind of making all the stuff more accessible in French.
Okay. I really like the idea, and in IAD we've often talked about translation and like the need to translate resources and material, and also the problem of most content being in English, and the issues it can have. So I wanted to ask you personally, for you, well, you also said you being you're studying languages, so I can understand, I can already imagine that it has some relevance for you personally. Why for you personally it's important to translate resources for the community in French? And would you say the prevalence of English, that's it, the prevalence of English in our community has an impact on the French aspec or ACE community? And if so, which one?
So for translating, I think it's very interesting to make sure everyone's got the same access to the same information. So I think, from the beginning with Avon and everything, the whole idea was communication, visibilization. And I think we are still very much at that stage where also people in the community are learning about the community, and then we're trying to communicate with other people. And so if we all have access to the same information, regardless of the language, if we can translate it into as many languages as possible, I think it makes just advocating much easier, and also learning about ourselves much easier, because many people in the community in France have to go via English language sources. There are more in the last few years that are coming out in French. There are a few really good Instagrams and things like that. But you're always more touched by something from your native language, and you're always, it always hits closer to home and feels more authentic and real when it's in the language that you think in and you dream in. So I think that's really important for everyone. And then I definitely think English affects the community in France, because, well, generally just the kind of Anglo-Saxon beginnings of ACE community, because it doesn't come into conflict necessarily with the way the French do things, but it's not always quite the same. Like there's a very strong activist, militant culture in France, and So you have to adapt things. You can't just take the way things are done in America or in the UK and directly copy and paste it into the French network. It doesn't quite work that way. Like, for example, I don't know if you know Extinction Rebellion. Probably most people on the chat do. And their methods, they started in the UK, but their methods in France are very French to me. And I think there's this idea of like adapting activism depending on the culture and the people. And so, it's an interesting contrast of all this knowledge and research, and then combining it with, as I was saying, like French academia as well, because like
Sorry, I can't hear you anymore. I hear some noise from your microphone. I don't know if something's happening to it.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, try speaking. Yeah, I think I hear you now. It's just very, very feeble, so I'm gonna put it up. Wait, I think someone changed it. I don't know why. Try now. No, now I can't hear you. No, you are muted. So wait, this may be okay. Can't unmute. Oh, sorry, you muted yourself. Sorry?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you perfectly.
Beautiful. Okay, I just took off
Great.
my head.
So you were talking about like adapting activism and like words and slogans and practices from activism to different like cultural contexts, right?
Yeah, and like you may have heard from my accent, I didn't grow up in France, but my family are French, and like moved over here for my studies, my like higher education, and so I have two perspectives: the kind of the Anglo-Saxon English perspective because I grew up there, and then being in France for so many years now, and being French, and I find a lot of people that kind of bridge multiple cultures notice that it's always different how you are an activist or how you represent your community when it comes to militant things, depending on the country.
I've been like for a bit in Paris, and I have to say I kind of like the militant culture there. But I happened to be there in like May of 2018, and I soon realized that like French people do love anniversaries, and so like it's 50 years from the 1968. So it sure was an amazing moment to be in Paris, and like all the universities were simultaneously occupied, and I have never seen so much police force around. Like the gendarmerie on the street was like a common occurrence, but like French people.
I'm not sure what the state of it now is, but at one point, I think it's still the case, the French police were the most militarized in Western Europe. So
that's what I read. So.
Yeah, the police.
There's a comment from a French person in the chat. For visibility as individuals, we need to build a French vocabulary about aspec so we can explain and share our experiences among local communities. What do you think of this? Do you think you're also working on as French ACEs? Are you also working on building a French vocabulary for the aspec community?
I think it's been more of an adaptation process of making the words make sense and work in French, and giving them their own definitions and making them clear. And then, of course, I think when it comes to vocabulary in French, it's more around pronouns and things like that don't have a direct kind of one-on-one relation, that are worked on the most, or making kind of a gender-neutral French, because in writing and spoken, you can neutralize gender, and that kind of gives you away as an activist in all kind of queer or militant or feminist areas in general. So I think it's more, at least from what I've seen, more of that. And just, making sure the terms make sense in French. And I don't think I've seen any kind of micro labels that might be distinctly French. I'd be really interested to hear if there were, because it feels like the sort of thing that would just come up naturally, is if we don't have a word in English, a French word would be made, and then how do we juggle that?
Yeah. I wanted to ask you more in general about your experience as an ace person in France. Do you think like there are some specificities that are tied to the ace experience in France? For example, because of a specific attitude, a specific French attitude to, sex, marriage, dating. Do you say there are some specificities to the French culture, and how do they impact the ace experience?
I think there are definitely. I think there's a certain lack of prudity when it comes to talking about sex and relationships, and which is quite felt as well when we're talking about, like, when you hear American perspectives, especially compared to French ones, in that, like, in American culture, you have first base, second base, all that kind of weird stuff. At least that's what we get the impression of. Whereas in France, it's much more fluid. It's much more, and especially in kind of alternative spaces, it's very normal to hear about someone being polyamorous, or someone, having an alternative way of being in a relationship. And, I think most Anglophones have heard the term ménage à trois. Like, there is a certain, like, not always, but this kind of sexuality is talked about a bit more in just kind of common spaces. And I grew up talking about sex at the dinner table with my mum, and she's a particularly strong example, but I don't think it's that strange that you get fairly intimate details about your friends' lives just quite casually. And I've always taken it in a sort of scientific angle of like, oh, that's fascinating, tell me more, I don't understand. But having access to that made it all the more easy to realize, oh yeah, I don't do any of that. Like, it does not interest me, apart from scientifically dissecting what you do like a bug. So I guess that would be it.
I don't know if you want to answer this question first.
I'm thinking more of, there's two authors that come to mind. There is, I'm getting their names up so I don't get them wrong. But it's not so much fiction, but there's Aline Laurent-Maillard, whose name I can put in the chat. And I guess in English would be, is a journalist and also does podcasts. And they've published 2 books on asexuality that are quite interesting, and a podcast as well. And so they are really the main representative of, I think, the our ace community in mainstream and non-mainstream spaces. And then when I was preparing for this today, I did a little bit of research on my own, and I also heard about Melanie Fuzzy, who apparently talks about in her books, I think I'll have to check the pronouns, my bad. But she's also written about kind of alternative sexualities and asexuality, and that is fiction. And so otherwise we just mainly have, I'm sure there's other things out there, but it's all quite niche. I don't think I can think of on the top of my head, a ace or arrow character that's really mainstream.
Okay.
But again, people in the comments might know better than me.
Wow, thank you. I also wanted to like point out, I don't know if you know her, but like since you are now talking about French authors, it came to mind that like most of my allo friends, I knew her through them. My feminist allo friends are obsessed with this author that I think is, the name is pronounced Victoire Toyon, that created like a podcast about Le Cœur sur la table, about romantic love and relationships, rethinking them. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know how to spell it either. I spelled it wrong, but I will like put it in the chat. I'm answering to the tech people. And I have studied French, but I was like in middle school. Nothing you do in middle school sticks. And yeah, so I have like immediately followed these two people you mentioned, because they seem to have like a lot of interesting things working on. I also see some stories about heated rivalry, so I'm curious to see what Laurent Meillat is the name.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I will apologize again in the end, but like French pronunciation is sometimes tricky. You have a lot of letters, as you know, and a lot of vowels. So I will try my best, and it's gonna be horrible. So yeah, well, that's interesting, and I'm for sure going to check those out. I also wanted to ask you, as a follow up to the previous question, how would you say the public opinion and called global cultural attitude is toward the concept of asexuality? Like, is it something that it's spoken of in public opinion in French? Is it something people know about? What is the reaction when they come to know about it?
I think a lot of the time there's not much common knowledge kind of outside of queer or activist spaces, but generally, since we have people speaking about it in the press, we have journalists, podcasters. Generally, it's received fairly positively. It's received with curiosity, with like kind of feminist angle. So people are. It's not a backlash, and it's nothing that's been appropriated by, certain parties who might twist its meaning like some other queer identities have. It doesn't have the visibility yet to be at risk of those sorts of things. But yes, so it's mainly curiosity. Of course, there'll always be some negative backlash, but negative reactions when it comes to like, oh, medicine, are you sick? But more generally, when it's talked about in the press, it's ace or arrow people talking about their perspective, and then or like a comment on those perspectives from like a feminist angle. So generally, it's quite tame. It's nothing. There's no negative reaction yet, because I don't think it's
yet. Okay.
Yes, I think unfortunately there will be if it becomes more visible.
Yeah.
But so far, there are other things.
It's like the double-edged sword of visibility. Like you need more visibility because you need more education, and you need your needs to be known in order to be met. But more visibility brings more backlash, and I think we are seeing that. We are already seeing it in some parts of Europe as well. I also wanted to point out that there is this comment always from a French person. Since we don't have the same experience about talking about sex, I live in the we don't talk about it you side of the country. This is also extremely interesting because, like, today during a panel about Eastern Europe and like the margins being forgotten when we talk about Europe as a whole, the Polish activist recommended, like, I would say we should stop talking about entire continents as if they were a homogeneous thing. Sometimes even inside one country there are there are many nuances and differences. Did you experience this in France, apart from the contrast with this comment? Is it something that you experienced in your time as an advocate, as an activist?
I think absolutely. I mean, in general, France, culturally, we joke about it all the time that the East, the West, the North, and the South all have their specificities. And then I think in kind of queer activism in general, there's this big contrast or acknowledgement of the difference between the rural world and like big cities, or even Paris versus the rest of France. There's a big problem of kind of everything being centralized in Paris, to the point where our trains, like, you can't get anywhere without going via Paris at a certain point. And it's the same when it comes to activism for many things, where it's all channeled through Paris, and then also big cities versus rurality. And there are a few queer movements that are trying to kind of take back, I think you might have heard Emmanuel Macron talked about the réarmement démographique, so like having more babies essentially. And so people talk about like a réarmement queer, so like a queer rearming of the countryside, and there's always this problem of the countryside like is losing its young people, and so there's a countercurrent of queer young people who are like, hey, let's go live in the countryside and like do the jobs people don't want to do and create a little queer utopia. But definitely there are differences between big cities. For example, all our groups, all our kind of discussion groups are in cities, and in the bigger ones, mainly Lyon, Toulouse, and then there are a few on the west coast, which doesn't surprise me, because it's got a culture of kind of being a bit lefty. So you've got Angers and Nantes, I think in Rennes as well. So that's all in the kind of northwest of the country. Okay. And then in the east, you have Strasbourg, close to Germany. They've also got a very active group with MAP. And then Paris has a few groups with just one being really very active, and the others kind of come and go, depending on when people are busy.
Okay, so please stop putting questions on screen. There's this question that came before. Have you been taking part to any march parade lately? If yes, how was it? Going from this question, I also wanted to ask you something else. Yes, how was your experience at Pride marches as an ACE, a person, or an ACE or aspec group, in case you tried to like coordinate a group? And I was also thinking about, we talked about the public opinion attitude. What is this? Is something I have asked all the people in the spotlight panels today. What is the attitude toward asexuality in your local LGBT community? Like other LGBT organization, how did they respond to ACE activism and ACE content? And so this can also be linked to the topic of your experiences in Pride March and parades. Did you feel welcome? Did you feel seen?
I think in Pride marches, it's when you're wearing ACE or Arrow ACE merch and you come across someone else, it's a very positive experience. There aren't very many of us that kind of are showing off the colors. And so last March, I went to, there was a young person, they can't have been, more than 20, handing out little tiny ACE flags. And it was just such like a joyful moment of just this person very shyly running up to me, giving me a little flag and running off. And so it's often kind of interactions like that, or just like, oh, hey, you've got the same flag as me, or, oh, wow, awesome, I found another ACE, because we're not, our aspec in general, because we're not super visible. So when there are people, it's great. And same in other kind of marches is that there tends to be a lack of people. So if you turn up as a collective and you're like, hey, we want to be here, we want to add numbers to the collective or the march, that's the general attitude of like, yes, join us, bring bodies, bring numbers, what can you do, how can you help? It's more about us as like an aspec community of organizing ourselves so we can go and be present. We have a big banner, well, ADCA has, so they are the Association for, how do I translate this? My brain is bugging, but they're for like the development of the asexual community, essentially. And they have a big banner that works really well in marches in general, and we get some attention. Like last March I was at with the banner, we had some press coming up because they were like, what, who are you, what? They didn't really know who we were or what we were doing. And yeah, it's nice to be present and we all get together and it's a nice time. Generally at a march, some marches do go sour, but I've not attended any recently, but generally the end of a march can get a bit intense, tear gas, things like that, what they call NAS. So when marches always end up in like a square or a plaza, and then you'll get cut off on all sides by the police, and then tear gas and things happen. So Pride hasn't had that, but other like feminist marches and things like that have. Actually, shout out to Nutus, who are a feminist organization who have made posts about aspec people, and it's really cool to see non-ace organizations kind of talk about us. And there's a sociologist who's quite active on Blue Sky and also on Instagram, who's been talking about kind of the progression of the ace community and how we should, or how we can kind of influence other spheres of activism, and things like bodily autonomy and things like that do intersect with ace and arrow vindications, like demands, requirements. And so, especially feminism, we have a lot of intersection and how these communities can kind of talk about each other and uplift each other. And I will
that's nice. Also, someone Little Lemon said like big marches are awesome, yet smaller events are essential in my opinion. And someone in the tech support team also inquired about like smaller events, since we talked about the differences and the situation in the countryside for France. They wanted to know more about like maybe smaller events, pride events, queer events across the country. And so I also wanted to ask you if there are smaller pride parades in France, or is it still tends to be like big demonstration in the biggest cities?
No, there are kind of all across France on various sizes. So you'll have the big city ones, but I saw something recently where a pride event of like 10 people with a tractor, and that was amazing, in a little village somewhere. And yeah, there's the events kind of, we have so many cities of various sizes, so they have their own sized pride parade. And then in Paris, we have also kind of a pride and a counter pride, which is called the radical pride, Pride Radical. And that's to be less corporate, to be more for the banlieue, so for outside of Paris proper, in the kind of poorer areas, areas with more people of color, more immigrants, and having kind of a more intersectional, more, I guess, queer versus LGBT, if you want to make that dichotomy, march. And so they couldn't set up the march last year, but they're managing this year. So hopefully ADCA and other ACE communities will be there this year. I think communication still needs to happen, but it would be fantastic if we could kind of all get together. But then there are also smaller ones outside of Paris, of course, and hopefully they have at least one person waving an arrow or ACE or aspec flag all over the country.
Yeah, I hope so. So I shared the stream with my youngest sibling and told her that as unknown and not well understood we all are, we all see each other in solidarity. Hugs and ace love to you all. Thank you, Huxer. That's a very nice sentiment. And I hope your youngest sibling shares it with you. And I wanted to ask you, again, I'm going in that direction. I don't know if you've seen other chunks of the stream. I've had the chance to talk to a lot of European activists during this stream, and we talked about how there is not much collaboration and communication between groups in different countries in Europe. While, for example, in Southern America or in Asia, there's a bit more networking across countries. I wanted to ask you if this is your experience as well, or if you instead have had positive collaborations and relationships to other groups, ACE groups or aspec groups around Europe. If yes, how did it work? Was it beneficial? If not, why do you think it is that we don't do that, and should we do that? So it's a very long question, and tackle it as you want.
So in making this map, we had contact with one group from Belgium. I imagine Francophone Belgium. I wasn't really a part of that conversation, but I know it happened. But I think France hasn't really even managed to kind of create strong communication between the different parts of the country. That's still a work in progress of kind of getting all these groups together. We have a national event happening soon that kind of brings people again to Paris to kind of get together as a French aspec community rather than just a Paris-based one. So I think it's probably one step at a time, that once France is a bit more kind of networked in itself, it would open up Europe. Or maybe we just need someone to jump on that bandwagon and be like, I will be the one that communicates with non-French ACE groups. Maybe we just need one person to do that and to take the initiative, because I think it's a good idea. And I think things like World Pride, Europe is very interconnected. Trains are not cheap, but we can always jump on a train and go see each other. So I think that's something that we are working towards. And once there is more interconnectedness in France, that would definitely be the next step.
Thank you. There's a thing I wanted to ask you. I don't know. I'm not sure I want to ask you this, but being here talking to you as a French ACE person, something came back to my mind. And I wanted to know if you know an author by the name of Emmanuelle Richard, I think. If you ever heard of her.
Nothing rings a bell, but Emmanuelle is a very common name.
Yeah.
Emmanuelle
I imagine. Yeah, she wrote a book in French, like, oh God, how do I say that? Le corps abstinent, something like that.
Like
that
Koala,
was CORPS.
Ah, le corps abstinent. Okay.
Yeah,
The absent
sorry.
body.
Yeah, the abstinent bodies. That was translated into Italian. And no, don't put it on. To make it disappear. Cancel Emmanuel Richard. Like it was translated in Italy, and it like created some kind of scandal in Italy, because like an Italian oh god, as a literature, please, an Italian editor that translated this book kind of tried to sell it as something about asexuality, which is it's not, and it sent it to some ace activists without asking permission to get their reviews, without even like saying beforehand that the book contained very let's say strong things that could, let's put a wonder, that could constitute, you know, if you imagine the people in the book to be ace, that would be ace phobia, and also I would say like harassment and for sure intimate partner violence. And so there was this huge discussion in Italy about it. I'm not gonna say the name of the editor because I don't think they deserve it. I have personally spent I have sometimes like put some small pieces of papers into copies of these books into, because you could find it was sold in a way with such publicity that it was sold in like feminists libraries, feminist bookshops, sorry. And I hated that so much that I put small pieces of paper inside, like saying reader description advice, this is a book that is strongly acephobic, and the author describes acephobia and intimate partner violence with a sympathy for not for the victim but for the people doing it. And so it came back to my mind, and I really wanted to know, but it seems to me it didn't. If this book had this if it was known in the ace community in France as well, if it had some kind of the same scandal of impact, or if it was like a specifically Italian thing about a French book, which is comical in a way.
Yeah, because it says that it was published in 2020, and I see that on the cover it has, you know, the upside down triangle. So I wouldn't be surprised if they'd attempted to do the same thing here in France. But maybe people who are more into kind of, or I wasn't super present in Italy in like ace conversation in 2020 when it came out. So maybe it did have a knock-on effect, but it's definitely not a book that is talked about at the moment.
Yeah,
it's mainly books with ace representation. The few authors that I've mentioned, like right now, I've not heard about it in the past few years. But again, I might have skipped over something, and there was a huge discussion about it. But it's interesting, and I'll go have a look in we have a few queer libraries or feminist libraries in Paris. It'll be interesting to see if they stock it and what their thoughts are on it.
If you decide to like check it out, just be advised of it being like specifically one story of one couple that is kind of distressing. I'm not gonna go into detail, but just know that. And the problem is the author's sympathy is clearly on the wrong side. Can I say on the wrong side? Yeah, on the wrong side. And the editor in Italy didn't say anything about it, and probably tried to have publicity for it, like as a book about asexuality. And we were kind of pissed. Like at some point, I was looking for.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was looking for books about asexuality once. The person said, I know that like that editor is gonna have something out soon about the topic. And was like, no, it's not about the topic. And this person was very confused about me getting so heated up about a book that was not commonly available yet.
Yeah.
But going back to France and not France translated in Italian, I wanted to ask you like something more about your. We talked a bit about your projects for the future as your personal projects and your projects also as part of Aspace. But I also wanted to ask you if there is something in particular in your, let's say, career as ace activist that makes you proud, that makes you happy when you think about it, and that's a fond memory of yours.
Yeah, last year we have a thing called the Printemps des Assos, so like the spring of associations or organizations, and they were looking for someone to kind of come and talk on asexuality. And just like today, very last minute, I ended up being the person to speak, and I was very happy about that because it was my kind of first public intervention as outside of the ace community in regards to the aspec community. And it was very strange, kind of last minute event, but it was in particular very positive because we talked with the representatives of a deaf community, and we were talking about how, of course, you have to translate queer vocabulary into sign language, and thought that was a very great discussion we had with them. And I don't know if they got any further with how they translated ace terminology and arrow terminology into sign language, but I think that was a really great opportunity to again just do some intersectional work and talk to people who had no idea what asexuality was as well.
Yeah, this made a question come to my mind, like from an intersectional point of view, is there something you'd say you as the ace community in France or ace activists in France pay particular attention to or are working particularly on?
I think it's just kind of having more presence of, like, Eileen's been doing a lot of that, of just kind of talking about asexuality and being aspec and creating content, whether that be podcasts or films or shorts or books, or just kind of being present and being present in, I think we have a community that's quite queer already. Like a lot of the organizers are from other intersections of queerness, but not all. And I think it'd be really interesting for the people that aren't in another intersection to really kind of speak up even more, because there's a certain kind of validation of being ace if you're something else as well. But and a lot of the people who are writing really interesting things are something else as well. But it'd be cool to hear a bit few, you know, like cis ace guys taking the stage, and we have a few in the community, but I think it'd be really interesting to hear their voices amplified more, because I think there's some parts of that people could just be like, oh, it's just, you know, these weird NB women queers, and I'm like, nah, we've got some people that you would consider really normal in our community as well, and it maybe will help. This is purely my point of view, but I think it'd be really interesting to kind of confront French society with, oh no, this guy that you think is completely normal, or this girl you think is completely normal, is one of us. Hey, but I think in general, yeah, the just direction is communicating with other groups, communicating in general, and being like, hello, we exist.
There's a question in the chat that is not specifically about the French experience, but I think it's interesting because it says lots of panelists talking about realizing or coming out as ace during 2020. I wonder why. Was the isolation a positive moment despite all that was going around? More space to take care of oneself. Did you have this experience as well?
I think it was for me very much after kind of confinement and meeting with my friends again in person that actually kind of launched me into activism, well, ace activism anyway. Because again, my friend and I were just sitting around and like, hey, we're kind of always talking about this and not really doing anything with that energy. So maybe it was, this so-called downtime, even though I don't think COVID and all that time was very peaceful for a lot of people, but just reconnecting with people and human beings in physical spaces, I think also pushed us to be like, oh, we could just do this and get a bunch of ace people in the same space and both of our people in the same space. So yeah, I think also a lot of people were online and that allowed discords to flourish and things like that. But then kind of trickled into real life afterwards. So
Yeah.
I definitely know one non-queer group who were very active online, and then once they were allowed back outside, really took advantage of that. And I think the same happened for lots of different communities.
Yeah. When we say people were chronically online, we mean literally they were chronically online and they couldn't touch grass.
No.
Yeah, I have to say I came out as ace. I finally realized I am a few years before COVID, but the aspec group I'm part of, that initially was launched as an attempt to like not bring a group, but more of a network between existing activists and bloggers and groups. It didn't go very well, but I'm not gonna dwell on this. It was born in like May of 2020, so in a way, I'm part of this. Wait, I came out as ace in 2015, yet my autistic mom was privileged enough to be able to work from home the whole time. I know since now most other people around were struggling with isolation while I was fine. I don't want to go there because I remember that I mean, I was sad. Well, I was living with my friends, so I wasn't even that sad, honestly. So I wasn't missing human contact that much. But I understood like the sadness that you can have when you can't see your loved ones, etc. But I have to say that during the lockdown here in Italy, I have read some of the online. I have read some of the most absurd take by allosexual people, by allo people in general. Like I don't think I will ever forget. Like I have never thought are the allos okay so intensely as like people say like I'm not going to go there because I would have to put like, you know, so many content warnings for that. And I wouldn't even know what content warning to write, honestly. But that sure was a time. That's the only thing I can say. That sure was a time.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's something you wanted to add on any of the questions that were asked.
I'm gonna scroll up and see so many people talking.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Hi the chat. Maybe just talk about one other person if I can find her name. Yes. Their name, sorry. I put their name. So I was talking about a sociologist earlier. So they're Louison Rizzo, and they've been posting on Blue Sky, and they've posting on Instagram some really interesting kind of sociological work on the ace community and research. And there are a few. There's a little network of sociologists working on studying the ace community and kind of the different groups we have in France. And I've, over the last few days and before, but kind of gone back to it in the last few days. And there's some really interesting stuff there. And there's also the ACE community survey, which I think makes some really interesting data. And maybe that's just a nerd in me, but I really like seeing these kind of academic takes on asexuality and like, we're in it, we're living it. But these people who can kind of take a step back and have an overall view of what we're doing is there, you know, it's a great resource to have. And then kind of we can kind of look at that and be like, what could we be doing differently? What are the kind of little flaws in our system here, and how can we make work for the community more efficient or better, more open, you know, just take the science and apply it to some really awesome human beings.
Yeah, I hope you're going to translate Raison Réseau in English when you can.
In English already. You just have to scroll through the post, and I think it's generally the third page is in English.
Amazing. You gave me a lot to read up on, so thank you. I'm happy. It's we have 3 minutes left. Well, then we have a free slot, but I think that like 1 hour is enough. If you want to stay, you are completely free to stay and chat a little bit more. You're going to be joined by some other people. I think you're going to be joined by a person who's going to talk about Doctor Who as well. So whatever. And some aspec artists. I see one is already in the backstage, but it's time for the stupid question. And the stupid question is, you know about the garlic bread meme, right?
Of course.
Yeah, everybody knows that. I hate it.
That was my asexuality day post, was garlic bread.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can hate it or love it, but
no. I have no. Wait, I have nothing. I'm Italian. I have nothing against bread nor garlic. It's not like I hate it, but it doesn't speak to me because like garlic bread is not part of my culinary culture. So a few years ago, I think 2 or 3 years ago, during Aces Never Sleep, now we are in the Aces Never Ever Sleep Above and Beyond edition. It's going to be very long in some
3 kilometers.
Yeah, we try to like localize the meme. So we asked people from different parts of the world to pick one food in their own culinary culture that would fit greatly in the meme. So probably a food that would make you, that even some Allo people would say this is better than sex. And also like it's better if it's like, you know, heavy on the stomach, like something that would also kind of physically prevent you from having sex. So I only know like onion soup from the French culinary cuisine, which would also, I think, be...
Yeah, that might stop you, you know, making love for a little while. What comes to mind for me is flan. Inspired by a lesbian in my life who is very active as a lesbian, but I think would quit all that activity if flan was like, if you had to choose between that and flan. And just it's like, it's a flan is a very basic cake. It's considered basic, bland. It's got not very many ingredients. It's beige like garlic breads, but
I love it, honestly. I'm a big fan of
just, you know, like a yellow square of happiness.
Yeah.
So
it's a yellow square of happiness, and I think like it's how to say it? It's not Britain. How the region in like northwest of France. Please help me. La Bretagne in English.
Brittany.
Brittany. They do it like with plums inside as well.
Yes.
Because I ate it there once. I was there for like sport reasons. Let's not dwell on it as well. And like there was this flan with plums in it, and I think I have eaten an ungodly amount of it, and maybe that turned me asexual. That maybe I will never know. Sorry?
Were the plums green?
No, I don't remember them to be green.
I'm just trying to think, because many a plum in Brittany, and
Far Breton, yes. I ate so much of it. I loved it.
That turned you
It's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Saying raclette au fondue. That would also be better
raclette.
Okay. Better than doing the do.
I heard you talking about dessert, and here I am.
Yeah, hi Kate.
Dessert? I'd like to offer pavlova as the Australian food. Because pavlova is theoretically light and fluffy. Because it's got meringue.
Yeah.
But it's also got fruit all over the top. So it's like cake, but there's also meringue, but there's also fruit. Like there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have sex before it, but I don't think I'd be willing to have sex.
I'm gonna add the next guest to the because there's a cat, so I want to cat, please.
No, come back
stay here. Don't abandon me. So Jan, do you want to stay a bit more and chat a bit more with us?
I can, if you're not bored of me.
Of course I'm not bored of you. I was a bit afraid that you were bored of me, since I asked so many questions that were I don't know, out of there's a cat, guys. There's a cat.
I mean, I can
there is another cat.
There's two cats.
Another
and the whole community awakes. So
the dog has become absolutely fed up with me. He's gone to go and sleep on his bed by the window in the corner. It's like, go, when are we going to bed, woman? I can't cope with this.
The squirrels behind me have noticed the cat. I'm sorry, are we in a Disney movie?
Okay. Half squirrels.
Charlie as well says they'll be here in a minute. She'll be here in a minute. Well, now we have a free slot of some kind. So there are some people who want to jump in. I think that Charlie has been waiting, 30 hours to talk about Doctor Who and why Doctor Who is an aspec icon. So she's going to have a stage and we're going to listen and she's going to convince me.
I didn't know that Doctor Who being an asexual icon was even in doubt. I didn't feel like that was...
I'm not an expert. I don't know much. I haven't watched much of Doctor Who, so it's not like I need to be convinced because I'm against the idea. It's more like I'm not an expert and I want to listen to someone making a case for it. So that's gonna be amazing.
Doctor Who did do asexual reproduction, so at one point, so always a good start.
Oh, no spoilers.
Yeah.
So, the chat is still going on about the cat, and I don't think we're
there was not nearly this much excitement for my poor dog.
Okay, it's time. It's time for the plushes again.
The plushie round.
I'll do mine too.
I didn't have my blush here.
It's still not sure if you like to go on.
everywhere, all over the world.
I'm the only one without a blush here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I got mine just when I was moving into this apartment. I felt like I needed to bless my new apartment with blush, which was something I felt like I ought to own. For those who aren't aware,
Indeed,
blush
that's-
is from IKEA. He is the official trans shark, because trans people kind of adopted him, and then I love that IKEA like lent into that. And they are kind of like, yeah, he is the trans shark, and they like advertise him with the trans flag and everything now.
I mean, he's the bright colors, pink,
Yeah,
white.
and they use him. Yeah, he's the trans colors, and they use him like on Trans Day of Visibility. They post ads with him and everything. Like,
No,
everybody when they see it, right? They're like,
we can't put blush on the ace flag. Come on, like it has to be on the trans flag. I mean, everybody loves
What
blush.
about the announce anymore?
Ace friendly blush.
There we go.
Anyway, I see that like Charlie has joined, so hello. I'm probably
Hello.
gonna leave.
you bring a blush.
I'm gonna leave in a moment so that the stream is not too crowded. If Kate, you're up and you are okay joining the stream,
I will stay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be here for like one more minute because I asked Mosh to join this free slot because they are one of my favorite aspec artists in the whole world. So I really want her to showcase his art in the stream, and I want to be here for that moment. So Charlie, if it's okay with you, we are gonna have a moment for us before, and then you are free to go with Dr. Who.
Yeah.
I know you've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Hey, but I don't know. I will share. Like, I send the link in the chat or.
You can also, I think you can screen share, but maybe it's
Oh yeah, it's not a problem.
as you prefer.
If
I would say that, like, Little Lemon Seed, I know you are tired. You've been in the chat for a long time, but in case you wanted to jump in for like 5 minutes in the next 2 hours, whenever you want, you can, because Little Lemon Seed is another amazing aspec artist, and coincidentally, they helped a lot in the graphic department as well this year for IAD, so we owe them life. Nope. They said nope XD, so I guess
is it working?
the presentation, it seemed to be that like talking about Doctor Who as an aspec icon is like part of your
No.
Ooh,
Okay.
introduction.
Sorry, my boomer moment. I tried to do the share the screen, but it just open another thing. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no problem. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm reading the tech support chat. I don't want to make it. There was another person that I tried to call in for the. The tech support is suggesting separating the windows. Or if you have the file, maybe we can upload on Drive or whatever. I see there's the option to share PDF files if they've been uploaded. Like, so there's many possibilities. I think I did something
I
wrong.
could fill the time with a dramatic poetry reading. I probably have one on my phone. Let me see.
Too much. Send it on Telegram to me. Send it on Telegram to me.
Sorry. Honestly, for me, it was way.
Okay. Jan,
easier.
thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here. I hope it wasn't a horrible experience. And
No,
I hope
not at all.
we hear from you again. And maybe, who knows, next year we're going to talk more about ace activism in France, maybe also with other groups, and see how the situation is evolving and if the map has new pins on it. So thank you so much for coming with such short notice. Let the real world claim you back.
Yes, and hopefully next time I'll bring some people with a big, strong French accent with me who aren't so shy about speaking in English. But yeah,
Okay.
let's keep in touch. See you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Well,
I have a short poem I could read you to fill the gap. I'm just checking it for like offensive phrases.
while you do that, I will just share all the photos that I received.
It's fine. Yeah, that's relatively inoffensive. It's hard to gauge when you're Australian, you know, like it's not that offensive in Australian terms. This is a poem called Ode to DoorDash. In my car, in my bra, my shirt and I completely wet through, and yet I'd rather deliver groceries hither and thither in a storm and never get warm than work for you, you uptight, bullying, patronizing, downright negligent, cabbage-brained ass muppet. Thank you.
We also have poetry in this stream. Tech support person without a name, I'm not going to say it. I sent the photo to you on Telegram. If this is, oh, okay. Well, but I think we could like show that. I will try. Like you said, like separate the windows, and it should be okay. Wait, I will try. Let's see if I can. This is screen share. Share screen. Choose window. Haha! I did it, I think.
Ooh.
Yes.
Aha!
This is a video.
Magic.
Yeah, this is the time lapse. Like if you click it, it should go, I think.
It's so beautiful.
Thanks. I draw all these mushroom people. It's a thing I like also because I have this project that's called Queer Mushroom Forest. I mean, some people like it, some don't really, because I mean, I specifically draw trans, intersex, gender non-conforming people. And so sometimes, you know, like we were saying before, oh, ace people are always the alien in the shows. Some people are like, oh, but, you know, why they don't look human? But I really, really like to, as a trans artist myself, you know, to draw them as mushrooms. And I mean, I'm a nerd about it. And helped me a lot also, you know, in the to have a less gender expression in my illustration, because I was doing a lot of drawings before, but I missed a bit of freedom in this. And of course, you know, you can do that in a lot of ways, of course. But it was refreshing for me to lean in this kind of representation instead to go with the realistic one. Oh, nice.
I also have seen it online before, but you know, I think it was shown to me in an intersex context.
Oh, really? That would be nice. When I started the project, of course, it was a lot of talking between me and other friends, trans intersex people. And the project mainly started as a way also to discuss sexual, how to put it, like more wellness, intimate wellness, that of course it doesn't have to relate always, with partners, or when you relate with partners, it was a way to have a lot of conversations. But unfortunately, then I got caught up in Italian activism, for gender affirming care. So I'm not really doing much of that. Just this week, I'm starting again to make a little zine to print and bring with me at the events about making your own bottom harness with, cheap things. So I'm drawing that. I was doing that before the stream. And yeah, it's, it was all about, making resources and tools and sharing information. And of course, also kind of keep a website, really, because nowadays it's so complicated. I mean, even the resources, there are a lot of resources on Instagrams and other socials, but it's very hard to search for something, to actually find something if you're looking for something specific, and a lot of stuff get lost. So that was also a way to kind of archive a lot of this stuff. And of course, keeping credits of the people that were making, specific resources. Yeah. Sorry, I just start and go.
I'd say, like, if it's okay with you, we can let also Charlie have some space to talk, and I would also like to show some of Charlie's art. Then I don't know if you have any other material art or like videos, speed paint videos like this would be amazing, and we could like show them in the stream, and so we can do it if Charlie is okay with it. We can also do it while as a background while Charlie is talking about Doctor Who. So they have a great background, and you don't have to feel pressure because there's silence in the stream while you are trying to send me the art to show. So everybody would win in that case. Tell me what you think of that, and while you get back to me on that, I wanted to show also, since I have a lot of cats. Okay, in this way, in this exact moment, I look like a priest, because for a moment this looked like the white collar. So no, I'm not a priest, not yet. Let me show the print. Where are they? And I'm so sorry. Why can't I see it? It's no problem. I will do the Inception stream. Sorry if it's a problem for any of you, but I will just do it. Okay. No. Inception stream in 3, 2, 1. And here it is. Yay!
Yay.
I'm so behind on posting my art. I realize now I just posted that and I made it years ago. I'm so bad. But yeah, so this is like some of my art from my Cattern series, where I just like took different pride flag colors and applied them to this concept of like a cat on Saturn and space and stuff. So I have a whole bunch of those. There's more on there, but those are the two like ace ones for asexual and demisexual. And then the bandana is just like my way of incorporating the like demi triangle into any of these. Like there's a demi romantic and stuff as well. And then I just kind of left it open because there's so many. Like if anyone wanted to request a different one, like then I would just adapt it to that. But yeah, that's one of them. And then I have another one with LGBTQ plus historical figures. I also have not, I think I posted 2 of them online, but I have dozens that I made, where it's just like a variation of like the whole rainbow flag that I made in the background. And then it's like a sort of silhouette cutout kind of thing of the queer figure in the corner. And I have, no, that's not one. Hold on. I have some art on my walls. I haven't unpacked all of my art. This one is actually in between that and Doctor Who. I'll just take it off the wall. So this is like this is a similar like rainbow background to what I was talking about, where it's kind of like a sunburst thing instead. And then like the historical figure would be in the corner, like over it. But this is actually the 13th Doctor and Yaz, 2 of my favorite Doctor Who characters. And it's such a great segue here because I love them. So like some fun things about that. So for Doctor Who, like the basics of the show is it started in like 1963. It's been running for like forever with a little gap in there. But the concept is this alien called the Doctor who can regenerate into a new actor basically to cheat death. So the show can go on forever, literally, which is just a great concept. And then the Doctor will travel around time and space, usually with a human companion or 2. In this case, Yaz, the 3 years or so that they were on screen, like actively having new episodes. There were a couple other companions too, but Yaz stuck with this Doctor from the first episode to the last episode of that arc. And I find that really special. They also have like so their ship name is Thasmin for 13 because she's the 13th Doctor. We kind of assign numbers to a lot of the actors, even though there's really no such thing as canon in this show. It's all sorts of wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey. But we refer to this Doctor as 13, played by Jodie Whittaker. And they just have this sort of, this era of Doctor Who, like I really like that it wasn't, I'm not into like big soapy romancy dramatics and stuff. They had like a sort of subtle like slow burn right up through to the end, and it was kind of born out of their chemistry, and they noticed like in I think it's the third episode I think, Arachnids in the UK. And if you want to watch this and you don't like spiders, I got you with the spider episode. Just reach out to me. Yeah, that's when like it started, like, and when she first joined the TARDIS, her reason was she wanted more and more of the universe, more time with her, and I was just like, yay. But not that she knew it, because Yaz is like the first companion to have this like beautiful like coming out story. We have had other canon like queer characters and companions. We had Bill, who was like out as lesbian, even though they didn't use the word lesbian specifically in the show, like out and proud lesbian there. But with Yaz, it was a sort of like realizing herself. This one quote is, "I never told anyone, not even myself." And I was just like, oh my gosh, that's real. And when that episode came out, like, this was back when we were on Twitter, and I revisited it for, I've been in several panels, 3 or 4, doing a deep dive on this era specifically. Although, like, the Doctor being Ace, like, throughout the show, I can talk about that. But I revisited that, and it was just like such a really like emotional time and everything. And they brought in like a queer writer for some of these episodes and stuff too. That back up. So I love that. But I also wanted to bring up that I have some, I think I put them in our chat here. I don't know if you shared them for everyone else. But I just remade an ACE resource link tree. And then I just started an ACE Doctor Who link tree because I go back and whenever I find new stuff that like the actors or creators or something say about the Doctor being asexual or aromantic, I add it to like the queer representation in Doctor Who wiki. I will like go and add it to these different places. But there's like so much more with a show like this. You never run out of stuff to watch or read, or like lost episodes and interviews just being uncovered and things like that. So there's always more to find. And there is another creator who has written some very thorough stuff on this very topic. And I will share a link to that here because they even reference some things that I wasn't able to find. So that's really awesome. So I'm sharing the link to that. And that would be, I Am Not Human, I Walk in Eternity, an Aspec Lens on Doctor Who's Desire and Humanity, published June 27th, 2025. And then the username is really tiny. Like Kaylee's Comet, LEIKELISCOMET. So we have that Substack link there. And if you are really interested in Doctor Who and asexuality, definitely check that out. I have not finished reading it, but I am just loving that. Because like not all of these actors are still with us, but then we find like these little interviews where they're talking about it. And so with Doctor Who, the initial run like started in the 60s. So there was like what we call classic Who, and then there's a little gap. And then in 2005, the show continued to what we call new Who. And the general consensus, because I wasn't around during like the original airing of the classic Who runs, so I don't have a lot of that context, but like the general consensus that I found online was that the Doctor was generally considered asexual, and like that wasn't really a thing there. And so there are like some quotes about that. But then with 2005 onward, we started getting like the social ethos around sex and everything kind of changed. And then they cast younger people as the Doctor. And so then there was like kissing and stuff, and it like kind of changed the tone. And I still like, I personally see the Doctor as an ace flux character, kind of like somewhere on the ace spectrum across all these different incarnations. And it just kind of varies because like when the Doctor regenerates, like they still have their old memories. They're just kind of sort of muted or packed away, kind of like a lot of my art over there. But they still have that. And they have a lot of like the core like drives or some personality, but there's also some changes with like their personality and how they behave and everything. So there are like things that change as well as stay the same. So it's really interesting to look at that. Yes, Kate?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, you're noting that, the Doctor started as an old man, and then he began being cast younger and younger and younger, although then he became old again. But yes, he began getting cast younger and younger, and that's when, he stopped being seen as quite so asexual. Do you think that has to do with the fact that, you know, society struggles to see a character as kind of that asexual when people want to sexualize, when the people want the character or the person to be sexually available to them, when, you know, when they find the Doctor attractive, therefore he can't be an asexual character because they want him to be sexually available.
Yeah, I've certainly like felt that way with asexuality stuff in general. That has sometimes popped up where it's just so difficult for me to understand. I'm like, why do you have a problem with me or this character being asexual? Like, it was never going to happen. Like, if that's in your head somewhere, like, I don't see why this is like so like offensive to you. But yeah, that is one of the things. And so in the I'm Not Human, I Walk in Eternity, like she addresses a lot of that stuff, like a lot of the so like the content warning is at the beginning of this for folks, but like a lot of the things we get, like things that have popped up for me in the fandom where I talk about, like Matt Smith said that the 11th Doctor was ace in this thing, and someone replied to me like, well, he can't be ace, he's married to River. And I'm like, so I was married before, it didn't change that I'm ace. Like like that's completely different. Like so with that, there are a few different like concepts. Like there's the split attraction model, and then there's like action versus attraction. And a lot of the times in the show, even in New Who, a lot of the prompting of kissing and stuff is by other characters. And then if it is prompted by the Doctor, there's like usually like a plot reason for it or something, or some silly thing. Like when the 10th Doctor kissed Martha in Smith and Jones, like beforehand, he like very, like he made it very clear, like this is not like a romantic sexual kind of thing. It does not mean anything to me. Like it's just a genetic transfer. So these aliens are confused because they're after me. Like there was like a real plot reason there, but it's still like there are all sorts of like you know, it's a sci-fi show, so there's all sorts of shenanigans. And what was the question? Did I answer it? I jump around a lot. That is cute. I love little mushrooms. I gotta do more of those.
What I was saying really is that you know kind of what you were saying was that was when the Doctor was older, that's when he was kind of a non-sexual character.
Yes.
And as he became younger and therefore audiences were sexually attracted to him, that's when he couldn't be, you know, asexual anymore, because if I am attracted to him, if I want him to be sexually available, therefore he couldn't possibly be asexual. And I think we see that in with real people very much as well. You know, that's why it's like Yasmin Benoit couldn't possibly be asexual because she models lingerie. And, you know, I am attracted to the photos of her in lingerie. Therefore, it makes no sense that she could be asexual, which is clearly ludicrous. But people can't cope that my attraction to someone means that they must be sexually available and can't be asexual. And also people who are older can also be sexually attractive. But I think that with the audience being attracted to the young man playing the Doctor, that's why that can be part of why he became, to some people, no longer such a non-sexual entity, I think. Yeah, it is really interesting. And then even I was just listening to Big Finish Star-Crossed Swipe Right, and that was with the 9th Doctor, and it's like very
clear in the story, and even like part of like the plot and kind of like how it's resolved, that the Ninth Doctor is Aro Ace. And it's sort of, it's really kind of pushed to the front, like dialogue wise, because River Song, who is like the Doctor's wife in the future, is in this episode. And this like AI that's like bent on like matchmaking everybody is like the sort of big bad in this story. And they, once they're both on the planet at the same time, it automatically matches them together. And so they find each other, and the Ninth Doctor's like, no, never, nope. Like, not now, not before, not in the future, nothing. And so it's very like, I am Aro Ace. And then when they're trying to like kind of do the save the day resolving of the plot, River Song's like, you know, as much as it pains me to say it, like in this incarnation at least, like this is you, like no romantic attraction, like you're the like person who has to like do this thing. And I don't know, I think that like healed me a little bit with some of the stuff that I've heard in the fandom, where sometimes people will say things, and whether it's like out of ignorance or just like they are talking about characters, so they don't think that like real people who have these identities or experiences, like it's not about them in their heads. Like, keep in mind, like we're out here, we're reading your messages, like we're, you know, we love these characters too, and we're talking about them too. And so at least like when you're conveying your opinion, like make sure to word it in a way that's not invalidating everyone else or something. Yeah, because like even if you like know it's not true, and you're like, I'm literally right here, it's just like, I don't know, it's icky. But you know, the Doctor Who fandom is massive, and we have like all demographics and mindsets and everything in there. So part of navigating it is kind of like finding your people too. And I think there are like a lot of folks that are really chill, and then, you know, of course there are like some not chill people who tend to be the loudest, but that is the case everywhere with everything. But yeah, I don't know, I've actually met a lot of people on the Ace spectrum in the Doctor Who fandom, and like I've met a lot of friends through this, and that is one of my favorite things about it. I still have like a year-round group chat where we talk every day, even though I haven't seen these people in like years, in a couple years, because I haven't been able to go to like the Gallifrey One convention. The only convention I did this last year was Console Room, and that's because it was hybrid, so I could join virtually, which I wish more conventions were like that, because that would be awesome. But yeah, I love talking about this stuff. I always sign up for any sort of like queer representation panel, so I can talk about the Doctor, you know, being sapphic or queer or ace, or you know, however I might go about it. And there was even, I think it was that same person who had a poll and like did all these statistics, taking opinions from over 200 folks last year, I think it was. And it was, there's some really cool stuff in there too. I don't think I have the slideshow up, but now I kind of want to find it because that was awesome. I'll share it on my Tumblr or something. But yeah, I was just like, oh my gosh, there, of course, like when you see any sort of like gathering of aces in any large sort of amount, you're just like, oh my gosh. Like, because it's a lot of the times, especially like if you don't have the language yet and you don't like know the word asexual, or like in this identity context, you feel so isolated and alone, and it's like no one really gets what you're talking about. Like people assume that you're allo all the time, and until you really like find your people and stuff, it's it's kind of isolating. But then I've actually like it means a lot to me. Like I always try to be really vocal about being ace, because like I've had people like in my life, not just online, but like, I don't know, people I went to school with and stuff, who realized that they were ace or on the ace spectrum because I talked about it online. And I have people that I know from like my stories, even if in my journey, even if like I'm not close to these people, like I remember them very specifically because like in my head, like that was the first trans person I ever met. And so they're locked in my memory for part of my like trans journey. And like that, like having that like little significance and helping someone like that is really meaningful. So that's part of why I try to, I don't know, keep being all vocal and stuff. Plus it's really fun. Like I like who I am. I don't want to be preoccupied with all those sexy thoughts all the time. That's not I could be curing cancer. No. No, I'm not doing math or anything. That's not happening. I'm making art. Yeah, Ace Tumblr. I've got an Ace Discord, I think called Asexual Friends. I can get the link for that. Yeah, Asexual Friends. And I share that around. I always make a point to have an asexual booth at my local Pride every year, and I work with the person who runs Pride to make sure that we always have representation, and I'm really glad that they find that really valuable too. So I'll just like provide creative services in exchange for a spot, and then I just need to find volunteers to actually run the booth because I'm going to be running around working the event. A part that stuck with me was the 12th Doctor River saying, "You have no idea if I look amazing or not," and that was really sweet of him to try. Yeah, there are tons of quotes, and I have compiled some of them in the link tree that I think I shared. There's, with the 9th Doctor in the show itself, not in an expanded universe thing, like when he first meets his first companion's mom, Jackie Tyler, and he's in their apartment, and she's just like, "Well, there's a man in my bedroom," and he's like, "Yeah, there is," and she's like, "Well, anything could happen," and he's like, "No," and just leaves. It's just, I love moments like that. And there are some videos on YouTube that are just like compiled like ace moments, you know, with the Doctor and things like that. A lot of them, ironically almost, are with like the 11th and 12th Doctors, which were under the showrunner Stephen Moffat, who has said some aphobic things. Yeah, I have strong opinions, but this is gonna be on the internet, so but yeah, but there's like they played it for laughs, which I really mixed feelings about, because on one hand, like some of them, like we got like a moment with the 11th Doctor and cake, but we also got some, like, I find that era to be largely mostly unrewatchable for me, because there's a lot of like essay in it. I think it's supposed to be funny. I don't know. It makes me really uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm just like, that's, yeah. But that was one of the things that I really liked about the 13th Doctor's era, was because it was really light on that stuff. In general, not just like the stuff that's not consensual, but there was just, you know, slow burn in the background, which was really lovely. And then I like when Jodie Whittaker, the actor, was like first getting her costume put together, working with Ray Holman, the costume designer, like the first thing she wanted was to be wearing Pride colors, and so I love that. And she has this like very intentionally like androgynous outfit, super inclusive. In her first episode, she basically bursts out of a closet wearing rainbows. Very iconic. I made a GIF of it. You might have seen it. Where it's just like, hello, LGBTQ community. Yeah, I use that whenever someone joins my server. Or I am anywhere, basically. I love it. But yeah, there's always like mixed opinions on representation and stuff too. And that can only really like get better with more representation and more variety of representation. And like more own voices, like with books where it's like authentic, like an ace writer writing, ace characters, an ace book. And like Alice Oseman, who I think has already been on this stream already, or is that coming up? Is Alice Oseman with us this year?
No, not this year. She was last year, I think, or the year before. I think last year she was, but she was talked about during the literature panel.
Yeah. But yeah, there are tons of like great ace authors and stuff. And I'm like looking into getting more like diverse recommendations and things like that. If you have any book recommendations, let me know, because I'm really looking into that. I want to read more. And I want to make some like people make like those blind date with a book things. And I want to bring some of those to Pride, but like with various like ace and arrow sort of perspectives in there. And then I'll wrap them up with like pride flags and make it like a little kit. That's my idea for this year anyway. I always try to like make some craft or bring something special. One year we had my friend dressed up as a mermaid, and I still have this, like this was her little magic wand. It's just like, I don't know, I got it like in a doctor's office or something random, some random little shop, but it's ace colors. It's fun. So we always try to do something fun every year like that. Yeah. Shiny. Yes. I didn't realize like how shiny these things were too, but it's the same kind of thing. Let me pull this up. There are so many. There's over 15,000 words of ace Doctor Who quotes. Are you kidding me? Amazing. And these are just going up to the 12th Doctor. Oh, there's that one you mentioned, where the Doctor's like, you look amazing. And River's like, Doctor, you have no idea whether I look amazing or not. And the Doctor says, well, you've moved your hair about, haven't you? Well done. It's very sweet of you to try. The 4th Doctor, you're a beautiful woman, probably. These are so fun to read through, because some of these are from, with Doctor Who, like Big Finish is not accessible to a lot of people. They don't have transcripts or captions or anything. So like I'm hard of hearing, so I'll miss some of the stuff in those stories. And it also like costs more money. So some of these things like I have not seen just because of accessibility. These are great. I got to read these later though. Yes. Oh, the BBC even shared some ace 13th Doctor art. I want to say like 2 years ago for Pride. I have a lot of these things on my Instagram in my little highlight reel that's LGBTQ+. A bunch of that stuff is just like asexuality and some Doctor Who like overlap and things like that. Oh, some people joined the server. Hello, LGBTQ+ community. There's the GIF. Yay. Oh yeah, there are also like how many of these actors have spoken up about this? There's probably more. But even so, the kind of what some people consider the turning point for the Doctor, like becoming like more sexual, was like it's a British show, but there was like an American movie with the Eighth Doctor, kind of in between in that gap, and that's like when the Doctor has like his first on-screen kiss, or first kiss at all, as far as I know, with a character in there. And so even that actor, even Paul McGann, talked about like there's stuff in expanded media and in interviews where he's just like, no, ace is hell, none of that. And that just leans more into, you know, action versus attraction. Like, just because you do something, that doesn't mean like you feel that. Like I don't have to feel sexual attraction to choose to kiss someone, basically, right? One's an action, one's a feeling. Like, they're different things. Just like sexual attraction and libido are different things. Just like romantic attraction and sexual attraction can be different too, with the split attraction model. So there's, and like, especially when you're just learning about these things, it can be super overwhelming, because you're like, what do you mean? And maybe you've heard of like romantic attraction and sexual attraction being different. At this point, I think more people have heard about that, but there are like there's like sensual attraction and other things like that. So I have some resources for that as well. And I think I shared the link for that, but I try to like make it easier, more accessible, and Linktree is a good tool for that. And then there's also like asexuality.org or AVEN, which is like the ACE website. I don't know how else to describe it. But there's tons of stuff there too. Yeah.
Sorry, I was replying in the messages because they were asking about the earrings. And it's a design that my partner makes. Then, you know, she designed them, and then with the laser cut machine, those sort of witchy stuff. She's also demisexual, way more into aspec activism than me, because I'm more on the trans stuff, because the time it's that in every day. But yeah, I mean, if you like them, you can check a website. Actually, I'll grab it a moment, because I mean, everything we do in this kind of stuff, it's it goes basically in supporting more activism, basically. So we do this kind of thing only for, you know, when we go to queer festivals and stuff. Like we do all the stuff in our daily life, unfortunately. So I don't know if I can share it here. Don't know if it works. I don't know if I have maybe some. Yeah, okay, there is something here. Like, yeah, she makes this sort of stuff. Don't know if it shows enough. Like, you know, Oh, if you want, I start to bore you how to do markets, I can. I mean, if you don't mind. Even if, I mean, I think it's often it's very state specific. For example, like here in Italy, I find it very nice to just go, to my people basically, because like we tried even, more mainstream markets, but honestly, we struggle. Like we have this situation where or we sanitize everything we do. Basically, we don't bring any queer stickers, or we have even we make little notebooks with some design that is about being vegan, and people will just move away basically. Even if we do also the earrings, for example, it's not like they're politically charged or something, but yeah, in the end we found that those kind of places often they didn't really care too much about artisan stuff. Like I do also wood carvings, and we do some other upcycled things, and so we really enjoyed way more little markets where self-organized, usually the place where you don't really pay to be there. Like you get together with other artists and you organize an event. And yeah, usually that's also what's more rewarding, I'd say. Like, of course, you don't make a huge amount of money, but it's a nice experience actually, and I see a lot of beautiful art, and I met other people who makes incredible things. So yeah, I would like that we can also do this as a job, but unfortunately it goes like that. So for now, like we stick to this kind of event. Sometimes I just go with my bag, my backpack basically, and some zines to just to share it and talk to people about resources and stuff. We give some free zines, for example. There have been some markets that had this bad idea to talk about my project, then the aspec project, Rete Lettera, and then another project that was about trans healthcare by trans professionals. And like I was collecting the money for each of them, and we had separate sticker for each of them. And explained to people, everything. It was a lot of work for just 2 people, but it was fun. I'm sorry that we are living in a time that it's harder and harder to do this sort of stuff. If you have a nice thing you enjoy and you want to bring to a local market, it become way more complicated, especially also to find a space on the internet to share this sort of stuff, which is saddened me a bit, because it's been a while. Like I've been making art and selling art on the internet. I don't know now. It's been, well, I'm 33 and I started at 20, so it's been a little while. But yeah, in the end, I saw this change of time, and I say, okay, I will stick again to local places, because then you find a bit of community, and it's nice also, yeah, because then you meet also Rete Lettera and other kind of groups that they come into your daily life, because also for myself, it's not really aspect topics are not really something that I usually bring up. And like I'm happy that sometimes this can just go into that's a stream like this one, and that it can be a conversation. A lot of things to me arrive really later on. And funnily enough, like I had a friend that said, oh, you know, you actually touch like I don't know how to say it in a nice way. Basically said you interact with people the same way you do with cats. Like, you know, you the way you caress somebody, like with a cat. And I was like, what? And I never noticed that. And I mean, in the end, it kind of made sense because there were a lot of little things that, I mean, luckily enough, I met, many aspect people, like my partners too. Like I first met them and then I was like, oh, yeah, actually, I just saw that everybody was experiencing like me. I didn't question it too much, luckily, because I mean, the trans identity unfortunately took a big part of the conversation with people and talking with therapists and stuff. So in a good way, like I could actually talk with this thing with people that could relate to me and not with a therapist saying, oh, but you know, what's really your orientation or something like that. So yeah, sorry, I'll stop for a moment.
I was just trying to remember what book I'm in. There are some ACE books with like collective stories from a bunch of different ACE people, and I can't remember which one. I know I'm in at least one. But I did find like a post that is in the highlights link that was just shared, where I thankfully saved it to my Instagram highlights. So I did have some little snippet in there at least. But I think it's like important, at least for me. I really like sharing my story, even though like my coming out was not accepting. A lot of the joy, I found so much joy afterwards and so much more understanding. Yeah, coming out as ACE. Let me see. Yeah, so trigger warning for folks that like my coming out was responded to negatively by my mother, where I had just like found like the word asexual and asexuality online, and I was so excited. I was like instantly like, this is it, like this is, yeah. So I was super excited, and I just like ran upstairs and I like slid like into the room, like risky business style, just like sliding across the floor, super excited, threw my hands up in there. And I went to my sister first, I think, and I was just like, I found my people. And just like no reaction whatsoever from her. She just like looks up from doing her homework. And I was just like, I'm asexual. And she's like, oh, I thought you were going to say you're a lesbian. And then she just went back to doing her homework. And that one I find a bit funnier. But with my mother, it was, I know for a fact you're not asexual. And that just like is stuck in my brain, like one of the many horrible things that she said to me. But it's impossible to like that. You can't say that to someone like that. You can't know someone's ace or not like that. There's certainly like, I mean, we can signal to each other, we can have like our black rings and stuff, but just the identity and validation, yeah, there's like no. And at that point I didn't have a community or anything yet, so that I think that might have like put me back in the closet a bit for a while. And I certainly didn't come out as non-binary or anything else after that. Not at home anyway. And now I don't talk to any of them at all. And I made my own family, and it's so much better.
Good for you. That's a very valid choice. Sorry that I had to mute Kitty.
I love the kitty though.
The stream has a new diva. Thank you so much for everything that you have shared and for your enthusiasm. I just appreciate enthusiasm regardless of what that enthusiasm is for, really. Like,
me too. I think we should all be more supportive of each other and our interests. Like it's so it hurts me a little bit. Like I feel sad when someone, especially someone I care about, like has very clearly adapted their behavior because of poor reception of showing enthusiasm for an interest or something. And I'm also autistic, and so like when I feel joy, it's a big joy, and I love it so much, and I would just want to like share it with the world, and I get super excited, and I start pulling art off the walls and talk about Doctor Who for an hour. And I love that. And like if someone like was like that with me and like felt comfortable and excited and talking about something, like I would be like, even if I didn't know anything about it or wasn't really interested in it, I would still be like, this is really nice. Like this person's like having some good feelings. This is great. And like if it's math or sports or something, like just right over my head, but I still like appreciate that, and I want them to be happy, and I want to be supportive. And I wish that for all my friends and for all of you too.
I just want to highlight this comment from Duk, who's I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. I'm assuming it's the Vietnamese name. Who's recommending Refusing Compulsory Sexuality by Sharonda J. Brown. And I think everybody should read Refusing Compulsory Sexuality by Sharonda J. Brown. It should be a compulsory book about refusing compulsory sexuality. And as Little Lemon Seed says, not coming out to family is a very valid choice. You've got to protect yourself first.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, probably I never told them. Because, I mean, of course, all the things already went bad before. So it's like, okay. So they're not anymore in the picture for a long time. But as Charity was saying, I mean, luckily we can make our chosen families. And surprise, surprise, there are also other queer people that are neurodivergent and very specific things. And
I do have an answer to this question, which is that I don't think that they are. I think that when you are autistic or ADHD, especially autistic, I think that when you are already when you're your brain is able to see outside of the boxes and the rules that are already being like forced upon you, and you don't get why they exist and why they're being pushed on you, then you are already like, you don't understand why. And this, I think, speaks for all queer people, but I think especially asexual, aromantic, and this theory was first explained to me by an agender person. If you don't understand the rules and the boxes and these arbitrary things that have been forced upon us as a society, then realizing that you are somewhere on one of the A spectrums is much easier, because your brain is already free of those rules. So I think rather than there being more neurodivergent asexual or aromantic people, I think it's more likely that you are maybe more likely to notice that you're asexual or aromantic if you are autistic or ADHD. That's my theory. Or we're just cooler. Yeah, more in touch with
I can see that. Yeah. Like when your brain works differently, like you know that you're different in some ways and you see things pointed out. And for me, at least, like once I did kind of like go back in the closet a bit for safety, but like once I had the word asexual or like any other identity label, like once I have it and I know it's me, like that's it. Like I know who I am, and I'm just chill with that. I know it's a you know, fact of existence here, and I'm like, people can say whatever, and you know, maybe sometimes it's hurtful, but that doesn't change how it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we've seen some art today, and I read you a silly little poem before. But what you might not know about me is that, as well as doing a lot of research, I'm also a writer, and I am in fact a serious poet. And so it is now my turn to do a thing, and I'm going to read you a serious poem of mine. Yeah, it does briefly discuss my struggles with mental health, but like frantically going through my poems, like which one is not like full of rage and hate. Here's one that's got a really nice overall theme. So here's one that I found that I can read you that has the minimum of swear words, and if I adapt it slightly as I go, we should be fine. So this is a poem that I wrote called I Deliver Pizzas, and hopefully it has an overall uplifting message. I deliver pizzas, and if you've never delivered pizzas, you can't take the piss. Or say it's unskilled labor, an easy way to make a buck. Are the people in the pizza business skilled? Are they fuck? My boss can make a cheesy crust in 2 seconds flat. He doesn't even look, just bangs them together, just like that, while having a chat. My coworker, she folds pizza boxes at the speed of light, 5 magic wands on each hand, and how it's possible I can't understand. I fold slowly and can't move that fast. And I know for a fact that pizza delivery is skilled work because I deliver pizzas. And let's be honest, I don't have the skills. My teachers, my mentors, my idols, don't stress though, no pressure, were so sure I'd be successful. So much talent, you'll go far away from here. I live 8 minutes from my childhood home, which is a further 8 minutes from the store where I deliver pizzas. I know, because I've had orders to that very street. I pass my old house, my best friend's place, my school, the memorial cross of a boy I knew, reminding me every time I pass it about how suddenly tragedy can change a life, ripple onward and change all the lives around it. Every shift, pretty much, I am reminded of human mortality. And I am absolutely fine. I drive past and I deliver pizzas. Talent, education, determination, none of it's enough when your head is full of spiders if you see them inching across pure white walls or feel them inside your brain and underneath your sheets. You can do anything. You can be anything. You're such a talent, such a genius, such a star. I believe in you. We believe in you. Everyone believes in you. Well, everyone was wrong then, weren't they? Because there's no accounting for disruptions of play. And it's important. Encouragement is so important, but calm down, because my bar is now so impossibly high, I will never reach it. My body can't bear the pain of reaching for it. My chronic fatigue won't stay awake for it. I'm glad Lady Gaga can do it, but I'm not walking around in a twin set made of deviled eggs either, and no one questions that. I am not Gaga. I deliver pizzas. My pizza people work hard and do a difficult job. Treat the pizza people and all our fast food brethren with respect and honor. But they told me I'd be a shining star. I'm a faded porch light. The kind that doesn't work properly till you're already halfway across the death trap front yard, then it suddenly flicks on and a dog that sounds as big as the Titanic starts barking about it, and this light, it flickers. It makes this annoying little buzz that you're glad is not your problem because you're just here to give them pizza. Still, you hope you can get back across all the stuff in the yard before it flicks back off again, and it's 50-50 whether they just turn it off as soon as they shut the door on you. I'm that kind of light. A dim light, an incomplete one, and arriving too late to provide any maximum benefit. Confused, but also confusing. Wired incorrectly and perhaps perceived as dangerous, but unlikely to do more than give you a nasty shock. Most certainly not up to code. Dying light. Desperate light. I deliver pizzas. It helps support my family. I've got autonomy. Pizzas pay bills, but it kills to never be the dreams that were imposed on me. I can't go back to theatre when it comes to me in flashes. One word, one touch. I can't finish my novel when it's work, sleep, parenting, repeat. Why is everyone out to get me? Why the hell is all the cutlery? So I'm sorry my name's not in lights, but when I think about it, that dream was forced into my mind without my consent, and maybe I'm meant for little dreams, like a joyful, pretty home, peaceful on my own. And what they took out of me when they shoved ambition in? Flowers. And the way you get those things is nothing to do with whether you're a shining star or a crackling porch light. That dream is just doing my best, working my way up and out. And at 18 or 38, you got to start somewhere, and I deliver pizzas. That is the most cheerful poem that apart from the one about me delivering DoorDash in the rain, that's the most cheerful poem that I have.
So
actually, that's not true. I have one more, but it's incredibly full of swears. Like really bad.
Well, if you want. I don't know the policy of the stream actually.
They're like so full of swears. Yeah, I originally started writing poetry to help with my anger management issues. And I think it does involve a lot of swearing, which, again, culturally, as an Australian, a lot of swear words are not as offensive as they are in other countries. Or other English-speaking, like, you know, obviously my English swear words not necessarily as offensive in other languages, but like there's words I say every day in Australia that Americans are like, oh, like you actually say that word? Like, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that in front of my mother. So yeah, it's hard to gauge to an international audience about whether I can say that or not. But I think that one was fine. Yes. Yes, my brain is full of even more swears than I actually use. Thank you. I'm glad that it is relatable. And I think it's important to, you know, that it's okay to have little dreams. You don't have to want to be famous. You don't have to want to put your work out there. You don't have to want to like go really far in life or you know, fulfill your potential or whatever it is people told you that you could do as a child. You know, you can just want to be a florist, which is all I want out of my life now. And that's fine. That's enough. That's all you have to be. Yes. Australian swearing and New York swearing, they're on roughly the same level. Yeah. Perfectly fine to call somebody the C word here. That's fine.
It would be nice if we just had, you know, a comfortable life. You know, it's not about being the best of this, the best of that, to have all the money in the world. It's really to catch your breath and maybe have actually a comfortable life, not struggling so much.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And somebody has to have an ordinary life, right? I don't really want to deliver fast food anymore. I'd rather not do that because it is very difficult on you if you have chronic pain problems. But that's why I don't want to do it, not because, you know, I find it to be like unacceptably like degrading work or anything like that. It's very important work and I need somebody to do it for me. But yeah, it's more that I physically can't do it anymore. And the way that people treat you when you do that kind of work is just it's ridiculous. Which I guess is the other reason I don't like doing it, is that you are treated like there is something toxic about you, you know, like you hire somebody to deliver your food. Oh, S is on the move.
In the Ace Mobile.
And I will be listening to you, and also I will be listening to the Spanish speaking panel maybe, and then I will be here for the closing remarks. We will stop on the road for the closing remarks. I have my jacket with me, so don't fret.
So you will be you, and we will be able to identify you. Oh yes, it's not S. Is not on the moon. So somebody
I'll
is.
be
But if you don't know,
myself.
it's S.
Sorry for this, but like we realized that like there was the free slot and then the Spanish speaking panel, so I could like try to leave a little bit earlier because I have to go back home. It's 20 minutes past 8 p.m. here in Italy. We are going to arrive home at 11 p.m. and later. I've been informed that it's going to be later than 11 p.m. if we stop for the closing remarks, which we probably will. And yeah, so I'm going to arrive home half an hour after 11 p.m. and I have work tomorrow, and I have to wake up at 20 minutes to 7. So yeah, I had to leave and listen to the last part of the stream on the road. That's why if I had waited for the stream to end and then left, I would have arrived home at about 1:30 a.m., which was not advisable. So this last part of the stream is going to be a little bit more adventurous to me. Also, I find it hilarious that for some reason now I have a picture of Poopy as my avatar. We don't know why that happened, but I'm flattered because like Poopy is like the no romantic, no Romo love of my life and my partner in crime. So I'm absolutely flattered. So I'll be here listening to you and love you all. Again, no Romo, you know that.
I believe Mick also is Poopy.
I just wanted to add that like for the full 30 hours, every time I tried to speak, but I had my microphone muted and the writings appeared, Mick is muted. I thought every time I in my brain, I thought, oh, Mick came back on stream and he is trying to speak, but they are muted. And so, yeah, I wanted to have this vulnerable moment. Also, I see a cat. So this is what I'm going to say.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Let's do this.
Yay.
Oh, what is Kitty's name? Have you heard Kitty's name? It's very important that we know.
It's Boromir. They all have names from the Lord of the Ring.
Yes, good name.
And I don't know, like, because, you know, I had some cats that, like, you know, I found them on the street. I have this bad habit to take them in. So, yeah, I mean, there was already in my life an Aragorn. So I was like, well, I call this one Boromir. But I was thinking, I don't know if that's kind of bad luck or something. But people were telling me, like, no, actually, it's a nice thing that, you know, you called him Boromir because it was the most loved, you know, by Boromir's father. And I was like, okay, if you say so. Because it's funny that I tried his name and literally a few days after I was thinking, no, maybe I should just use, I don't know, a name from The Hobbit. So maybe one of the dwarf's names. And he just didn't react at all. Like he liked that name, and so it stuck. And then there is also Mary, and there is also Melwin that she didn't, which is Elwin, but it's Melwin, of course.
Melwin, of course.
Yeah, but she didn't show up. I wonder if
Faramir. You know, because he's furry. Faramir. You know why I'm aromantic? Because Faramir of Gondor does not exist. That's why. If he existed, I wouldn't have to be aromantic, but he doesn't exist, and so therefore I'm aromantic. You could call that ficto-romantic, I suppose, but I say he doesn't exist. He's not a real person, and therefore I became aromantic at the age of about 15 when I read that book, and it was all over.
My partner was explaining to me all that thing about like she has it with actors, because she's like, I like that character, you know. It's like, you know, it's not the actor, it's, you know, the character is or she's performing or they're performing. You know, when we talk about this kind of, you know, like you don't even know if to call them attractions, you know, because then you're like, okay, but so do you like the actor? And it's like, it's the character. And so we have these conversations. Yeah, and of course she's at some point she looks at me and she's like, you think this or this other way because you're demisexual, like, you know, all this thing about because, you know, after a while you like people, or like, oh, that's so I could grasp this thing about what she was saying about the actors, but for me I was like, I'm not really into, you know, people.
I was obsessed with Faramir from Lord of the Rings. I believed him to be absolutely like the perfect human being. And, you know, a lot of people, because I was like that age when the films of Lord of the Rings came out, and a lot of people like, oh, you know, you just like him in the movie, you know. And I was like, don't speak to me about film, Faramir, you know, because if you know Lord of the Rings, you will know that in the films, the character Faramir, he takes Frodo and Sam away with him. He tries to take the ring from them, and in the books he absolutely does not. In the books of Lord of the Rings, Faramir is not remotely interested in the ring or power in any way. He's just like, ring, nope, no thank you. It doesn't interest him. So I was outraged by the film, so offended by it, deeply upset. So yeah, people saying to me, oh, you know, you just like him because of the actor that plays him in the film. Like, they do not even speak to me about the film version. I mean, I'll tolerate the film version, but like, no, that is absolutely not what my interest is here. Absolutely not. And I was also deeply interested in Elizabeth from Pride and Prejudice, which I kind of disguised as having a crush on Mr. Darcy. But I mean, come on, socially awkward, clearly autistic man. Like, no, I was the Mr. Darcy in Pride and Prejudice. He was the character I identified with.
I was thinking if I actually had some had canon, or even some beloved, because I often read a lot of web comics, and of course I read something made by aspec people and where it's a nice character, but nowadays my brain won't, if I didn't write it down at some point, it would just disappear. So we stuck with that, and so basically it was nice to listen about Dr. Who that I didn't watch much, to be honest, because I don't stick a lot with the TV series. Long story short, I lived for many years in very remote places doing artisan craft things. So lately I'm starting to watch media again, which I enjoy. So I'm glad that at least, Jack Horseman, I watched it and I was like, oh, actually, yeah, they did a good character, even if in Italian. Yeah, it's odd. And even if in Italian, they translated it in the beginning as Todd wasn't asexual, but without sex.
What I liked about
Instead of-
Todd, and I've said this earlier during the stream, is one thing I like about him is that his main personality trait is that he's a weird guy. The fact that he's asexual is just like, that's just part of his journey. Like it's one character arc that he has during the show. But another thing that I like about him also is that he has a lot to learn about asexuality. You know, he has misconceptions about asexuality that he has to learn are incorrect, and you know, sort of while he's learning, the viewer kind of learns along with him, which I think is really cool.
Oh, actually, I also like that, you know, he has a relationship later on, which, you know, for a lot of people, that's not how it works. It can never happen. And, you know, and they're actually, also you can see a bit of their lives, you know, that Todd's actually doing the daycare job. And, you know, in a way, it's how people, you know, people will be like, oh no, but they have to have kids, you know, if you're with somebody, or I mean, of course they could as well. I mean, even as aspect people, but it was nice that they, you know, were still presenting something that was not considered typical. And of course, specifically for a man to be caring and taking care of so many children, actually. So no, it was something that surprised me. If BoJack Horseman wasn't such a very depressing show,
very dark show, yeah,
very dark, yeah, it would be actually a nice suggestion to, you know, just say, oh yeah, actually, and it's fun sometimes.
I'm not going to recommend it to my mother as like, yeah, you should watch this show as a way to understand asexuality better. Yeah. I don't know what show I would recommend to my mother to understand asexuality better. Actually, I don't think there is one. Maybe a book. Charlie, do you have any, apart from Doctor Who, do you have any other characters?
Yeah. So I was thinking about video games, like in Outer Worlds. So with yeah, so I've got some disabilities and stuff. So like I've played that game once, and I'm probably not going to play it again because I get like first perspective, like triggers vertigo or migraines and stuff with me. But yeah, Parvati, you can actually have a dialogue option to reply saying that you're also asexual, and I had never seen that like in a game before, so that was really exciting for me. The surprise ace rep and the yeah, so that was super exciting. And in my playthrough, like there's a potential like playthrough with that game where there is a sapphic romance for her as well. But yeah, and then in Stardew Valley, I actually Krobus. Yeah, you can be like platonic roomies with Krobus instead of marrying a townie. And I had also like written an NPC, and I had like basically finished it, and then they updated to 1.6, and then I was like, well, if I'm gonna I knew the next step would be I'd want to like do a big overhaul to it, and my brain was just like, no, you're done. You're done with it. So someday I'll go back to that and I'll actually like publish the mod. But when my brain decides what I want to do, like in the Ace Doctor Who TikTok that was running along a banner here, the URL, I talked about how I was making like I was doing a sewing project, and then right here, as I was unpacking, I found my half-finished sewing project. And this was in like 2023, I'm pretty sure. But my brain just decided, you're done with sewing, time to move on to a different medium, and I can't. Who am I to argue? So, so I have like all this. Yeah, I have all this art and stuff I want to make, and there's Krobus. Yeah, he's like this little like void guy, and I love that. But yeah, right now, so I'll go from like project to project, and it's very much like a I cycle through different art mediums, and I actually like went to art school, and I had this whole year where I just got to like cycle through all these different art mediums, and it was awesome. And I wish everything could just be like that. I love the variety, but my brain stopped. What was I talking about?
So we were talking about ace. You were talking about ace characters in video games, but yeah, we were just talking about ace characters that we do like.
Yes. Oh yeah. So I, so right now, so I've also done things where like I taught myself Python, and then I like made a project or two, and then I move on, and like the coding's just gone from my brain. Like the whole skill is just gone as soon as I'm done with my project. That's pretty much how it works for me. But I've circled back around to it, and now I'm like over 60,000 words like deep into a choose your own adventure story, with that is inspired by Dr. Who Flux. And then there's also options to like the same with my Stardew Valley mod, like you can choose different pronouns and stuff. And I just start with like she, her, he, him, they, them, because I have to like rewrite it every time. But if there's like a request, I can always like add that in. But I have like all that customization, and then like platonic, romantic, etc. So I try to add that flexibility into like any of my projects if they are interactive or for other people to interact with. And I think it's like super exciting and really neat when I stumble across something like a game I'm playing or something, and I have those options, and I love that. Because there are other people out there thinking about that. And let's see, there's an awesome indie game. Yeah, Arrow Eats an Envy. I love that. Oh yeah, Sex Education. That show took me a couple of tries to get into it. I ended up watching it after Ncuti Gatwa was cast as the 15th Doctor, and I was like, all right, because that first episode there's a lot of phallic imagery, and I'm just like, this is a lot. But then I was like watching it for Ncuti, and then I watched the whole thing. But there is, if you just want to watch like there is this really iconic scene for asexuality that is like, it's got to be on YouTube or something somewhere, because I watched that first before watching the show. And then I think they added like an ace character for like multiple episodes later on too.
They did, and it was Yasmin herself consulted on it, but they kind of ignored a lot of what she told them, and it ended up being really not good at all.
They like changed it, and it's like, I'm always advocating for more like consultants and things for different marginalized identities or topics on shows, and more diverse like people in the writers' room and stuff. But like it's so unfortunate when even with that, like, and sometimes like without even the knowledge, like without the consultants knowing, like they just change things. And then it comes out, and maybe you've told a bunch of people about it, and then they watch it, and it's just like, oh
yeah. Yasmin said when she walked away, she was like, oh wow, that's, the script's looking really good, and then she saw it and was like, what am I looking at? Yes, exactly. The editing process made the ace character seem like a villain, and that her asexuality justified her poor behavior.
Yeah, it's also unfortunate that we have so little media that's actually having at least they try to have a conversation about sexuality, or growing up and all sorts of stuff. And I mean, of course, like most of the time we can't be perfect, but even for me it was a lot, that TV series. It really was a lot.
Bad
in many ways.
I said earlier when we were talking about bad characters, I don't know, however many hours ago, days ago, I want a sign on my information stall that's like, don't don't ask me about Sheldon. But I think I wanted to say, don't ask me about Sheldon or that episode of House. Because that's one I get a lot, is people say, oh, yeah, I know, like on that episode of House. Not like that on that episode of House.
Oh my. The Dr. House.
Are you aware of that episode?
No, I don't recall it because, of course, like in my head, like there are stuck things like the very bad intersex episodes, and they were horrible. And I forgot there was also the Ace episode. Then I totally forgot about that.
So people are raising it. That's the only time they've heard of asexuality. In the House episode, there are two characters, the couple, who are both asexual, but it turns out that one of them, it's a hormonal issue, and then the other one was only pretending to be asexual because the partner was asexual. It is, the famous episode in which House demonstrates. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So don't talk to me about Sheldon or that episode of House. I do not want to hear about them at this histol. Those are probably the two that I would like to kind of ban from conversation around me.
Yeah, I will brighten the mood a bit with Legends of Tomorrow. The character Spooner had just like this. Gosh, I haven't seen it in a while, but like I think the character pairing for the conversation was interesting too, but it was really nice. And Spooner's basically like sitting in a bar with the other character, and she explains what asexuality is, and Spooner's like, like I guess I'm ace. And I was just like, yes. And the actress posted on Instagram, I think it was a picture where she was really small and there was a rainbow in the sky, from what I remember. I don't know. That's what stuck in my head. But yeah, it was just like, for me, it was this unexpected, beautiful representation. And then the actor speaking out about it too. And I just love it when those things happen, because there are also, because like we have so few characters compared to other orientations, and then there are things like, I don't know if you want to be in Riverdale too, but where in the Archie
don't talk to me about Riverdale.
In the Archie comics, Jughead's like ace, and then in the show he's like the opposite.
Yeah,
they're very opposite. And to Cole Sprouse's credit, it is Cole Sprouse that plays, right? Yeah,
it's Cole Sprouse. He was like really pushing for Jughead to be asexual. He was pretty good about it, and he like addressed the community and everything. Like there's a video on YouTube or something where he kind of like validates us, like our feelings about the matter and everything. So disappointing on the front facing end, but it's always really nice. Lizeth Chavez is the actress. Yeah, exactly. He's aggressively hero-ace in the comics. Exactly.
Yeah, very much. I just like.
Yeah, and who's the guy in Heartbreak High that we love him. I cannot remember his name. Oh my god, quality Australian representation, and I don't remember his name. But I really like him as an example as well, because I'm very, very, very keen on male representation. Yes, Cash, that's it. Very on male representation, because so many men don't want to admit or don't realize that they can be asexual. So yeah, for characters that I like a character that has strong masculine traits, although Cash isn't entirely strong masculine traits, but I like characters that do have strong masculine traits, that a man who values his masculinity can look at and feel like this is someone I can identify with, and they are asexual. It's possible to be like me and to also be asexual. So I like that part about it, about his representation. Yeah. But he's also a really complex character that is both, that's really comfortable in displaying different aspects of, I don't like saying he's purely masculine, because he's not, but he does have strong masculine traits. S is aggressively aspec. Yes, I also am aggressively aspec. You would not look at me and be like, oh, is she asexual? I'm like, no, I'm aggressively asexual.
Yes, another ace character or ace character is Yelena Belova from like Marvel Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Black Widow's sister, the blonde. And I don't know about the MCU, but like in the comics, there was this strip where I think a character says like, "Thought you were a lesbian," and she says, "I'm not a lesbian. I'm not anything." And like the creator said, like, Yelena's not going to follow a romantic path or something like that. So that was super exciting too, because I already liked Yelena.
And Barbie. Can I just take a moment to mention Barbie? Who Margot Robbie has said that her version of Barbie is asexual. Although I don't know that she fully understood the meaning of asexuality. I don't know that she came out and said it as a asexual rights statement, but she meant it in the sense that Barbie is not a sexual being. So I claim her as an asexual character. And the other one that I want to mention that I think is important is Jessica Rabbit.
Yes.
I'm
not bad. I was just drawn that way.
Drawn that way. Yeah, she's
just
important in sexual representation.
Just because people sexualize me doesn't mean I feel sexual attraction, and I love that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that like I had a look at the chat and I realized that like I'm here, I'm listening 1 year only because I'm starting to write the closing remarks, and so I'm going back to check everyone's name because that's the thing I do. And I missed my window to talk about cash, and I'm so sad about it. I'm so happy that Kai at least was in the live chat in that moment to like support cash, asexual icon, amazing. And also I wanted to say here from like there's a person actually driving this car, Amanda from Terra. Thank you for your service. She also mentioned that like Wendy is aspec as well, asexual and aromantic. But I also wanted to add that I personally have the headcanon that Barbie in the movie Barbie is aromantic. I don't know, she can also be ace, but I have a specific headcanon that she is aromantic because at the end of the movie, like all the other Barbies are saying that like they did what they did, but in the end like they are happy with their respective cans, like they love their respective cans, and like the protagonist Barbie is saying I don't like Ken is in love with Barbie as it's supposed to be, and Barbie is not in love with Ken, and like everybody is surprised, like she's surprised, everybody's surprised, and like the Mattel executives are surprised because she was supposed to be in love with Ken, like
she has
every other Barbie, and so like she it's also like she simply doesn't feel romantic love to Ken for something that she doesn't know what it is, doesn't control. So I have the specific canon that like she is a romantic. I think that fits. And also Mike Wazowski and Sullivan are respectively, one is Allah and the other is Aloes, and they are in a QPR. And that's it. Sorry. I'm going back to the shot.
Yeah, I think that like we don't. I think she's definitely asexual because Ken suggests that he could sleep over, and she's like, "What for?" He says, "Because we're boyfriend and girlfriend," and she says, "But what for?" She has no idea why that would mean that that they should sleep in the same place. But we don't know whether or not that's normal. Are the other Barbies also asexual? Although clearly Ken is not. Although he suggests that he also doesn't seem to be quite sure.
It's just like
he just knows that that's a societal expectation that you sleep in the same place, but he still doesn't seem to quite know why. However, Barbie seems to feel othered by a society in which all of the other Barbies and Kens are happy being paired together, and she is the one that feels that this is somehow wrong. So you could also headcanon Barbie as autistic Barbie, because she doesn't understand why this societal expectation is there, why we all have to be pairing off. But all the other Barbies and Kens seem to understand that this is a thing that you do because it's a thing that you do, and Barbie is the only one. You've got autistic Barbie.
I've got autistic Barbie. I've got the other two as well, but they're like stuck with the.
So to me, Margot Robbie's Barbie is my autistic Barbie, because she's the only one that's in that world who's going, I don't understand why these rules exist. Why are we all doing this thing? It doesn't make sense to her. And it doesn't make sense to her even before she has her crisis. So yeah, to me, she's a romantic. I agree, but I also think that to an extent she's autistic. She doesn't feel quite right in that world, and she never did.
Same for the Doctor too. 13 was intentionally written with autistic traits, and I loved it.
It was a strange experience actually when I went watching Barbie in the theater. I don't know. For once, I was like, "Oh, this is actually entertainment made for me." That there were all this stuff that you kind of get it, and I don't know, maybe more mainstream audience won't really. And I was laughing a lot on some stuff.
It is absolutely my favorite movie. And like, I did not enjoy Barbie as a child, so I did not expect it to.
I think that if it's okay with you, that I'll go have dinner.
Well, we have to make way because soon the Spanish panel guests will be arriving.
Okay.
So I will be here to greet them when they come. I assume that somebody will be here to host them, because I am not able to do that. I can remember a tiny bit of Year 12 Spanish. Mostly, ¿Dónde está mi abuela, Pupi?
No idea.
Where is my grandmother? No es en la cocina. No es en el dormitorio. Qué lástima. She is not in the kitchen. She is not in the bedroom. What a shame. I'm pretty sure that is what I just said. But I could be wrong. Yep. Puppy understood the first part at least. She's laughing.
Well, at least we have also Boromir to say bye.
Spanish was my worst class. I am not good at languages. Goodbye, Kitty. Everybody wave goodbye to Kitty.
Goodbye. It was very nice to be with you tonight. Have fun
picturesque.
continuing.
Goodbye, Boromir, you beautiful picturesque cat. This is his best side. Oh, so many puppies. All right, we are waiting for our final panel now, which will be in Spanish. But the subject of the panel, I can tell you, because there is an English translation, and I wish that I could speak more Spanish than just lamenting where my grandmother is, because it is called Una forma de relacionarnos, or an ace way of relationships. And they will be talking about an asexual way of viewing relationships of all different kinds, not just romantic or QPR relationships, but also friendships, relationships with family, all kinds of relationships through an asexual lens. So meanwhile, I will fill this dead air, me and Blahaj. Is there anyone on the tech team that would like to just say hello and, just give the people a brief wave and maybe, just say hello on behalf of the behind the scenes people? I think it would be nice to just, acknowledge that the hard work that all of you have been doing to keep everything going behind the scenes. Yes, Poopy, the famous Poopy. Yep, there's Poopy, there's Mick, there's Erwin, there's Nia. I'm naming you. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, how do I, why am I big? I don't want to be indignant. Hi Mick, hi Poopy, hi Erwin.
Hello.
How about Tonia?
Hello, everyone, say hi.
Taking a break a little. So actually, I've not been that hard at work. I've just come in from work, and I've only been on the stream behind the scenes the last hour or so. Before that, it was everybody else.
You were here at the beginning. You are part of the team. And I'm going to acknowledge you.
Come on, Kate. Have you actually slept at all?
I did have 2 hours, and I have had another 2 separate hours of keeping my eyes closed.
Okay. Well, that's something at least.
Closing your eyes in the dark is apparently helpful. All right, the Spanish panel are here, so I am going to remove you all and put them on. So everyone say hello to our next panel, and remove these people. Hello. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here to be our final panel for this extra long 24-hour live stream. I am going to remove myself now, and I'm going to let you take over and do your own thing.
Hello, we need Freddy. Oh, there you are.
Viste, me estaban esperando. Buenas tardes, gente preciosa. Esperamos unos minutos a que se terminen de unir.
Perfecto.
¿Sí? ¿No? Tal vez.
Bueno, yo mientras saco la bandera. ¡Ey! ¡Hacer tiempo!
Hay que hacer comerciales.
Empezamos nomás, Rey. Muy bien.
Ok, entonces. Bueno, antes de comenzar, vamos a hacer una pequeña actividad cortita y vamos a hacer algo breve. Piensa en la persona que más te ha sostenido emocionalmente. No lo digas en voz alta, solo tenla en mente. Ahora pregúntate, ¿esa relación tiene el mismo reconocimiento social que una pareja? Y sí, la relación más importante de tu vida probablemente no es una pareja. Y sin embargo, vivimos como si todo tuviera que girar en torno a una. ¿Qué pasa si esa idea no es natural, sin una forma de organizar y controlar nuestros afectos? Con eso se los dejo, planténselo, piénsenlo Hola, gente preciosa. Mi nombre es Freddy y a solicitud de Somos Aces y Asetivismo de España, será anfitrión junto con Wilka. Asumo que está acá arriba, espero que las cámaras estén bien ordenadas, si no voy a quedar como el meme del tipo que apunta hacia todos lados. En este panel que llamamos Una forma ACE de relacionarnos. Hoy vamos a conversar sobre otras formas de relacionarnos desde una mirada ACE y cómo nos relacionamos siendo personas ACEs. Obviamente, esto dentro de la lógica de estar fuera de la alonorma y la alomatonorma. Ahora bien, antes de comenzar, vamos a presentarnos para que sepan quién son todos. Comenzando con Lu.
¿Conmigo?
Bueno.
Bueno, yo soy Lucía, de España, y pues me dedico pues a hacer activismo por aquí y por allá, divulgar, por un lado en mis redes sociales personales, que es asetivismo, así tal cual, y también en ACES, que es Asexual Community España, que es, pues bueno, una asociación que trabaja con la sexualidad por toda España. Y yo personalmente me identifico como grisexual, porque siento poca atracción sexual, y como bi, aparte de neurodivergente.
Gracias. Por cierto, tienen un minuto. No, olvidé mencionar lo importante, gente. O'clock. Wilka, tu turno.
Hola, soy Wilka Ñusta Taylor, activista de Asexuales y Arománticas Chile. Soy agénero, autista, aromántica y de atención divergente. Es decir, soy la batería 4A. Y bueno, estamos súper felices de estar acá. Y no sé qué me decir, se me va un poco, a veces se me desenchufa la wifi, especialmente a esta hora, después de haber estado mirando los lives durante muchas horas. He dormido casi nada. Estoy apoyando a ese en el no dormir.
Bueno, yo soy Freddy, soy de Santiago de Chile. Wilka y yo vivimos en la misma región, básicamente. Estoy dentro del espectro asexual, del espectro romántico. Soy un poquito de todo, el TDAH un poco como se nota ahí fácilmente en mis poros, pero bueno, que sirva ahí ese exceso de energía, ¿no? Y tenemos también, que no está aquí en pantalla, a tras bambalinas, a Dan, que nos está ayudando en todo lo que viene a ser el aspecto más técnico del ámbito. Imaginemos que Dan nos está saludando ahí como el Rey León ahí en las nubes, diciéndome así, a la distancia. Ahí está Dan. Así que bueno, dichas las presentaciones, vamos a hablar la importancia de este tema. ¿Por qué lo decidimos elegir? ¿Qué tiene esto de pesado como para tener que hacer un panel respecto a eso? ¿Por qué queremos hablar de otras formas de relacionarnos? Consideramos que este tema es relevante porque vivimos en una sociedad donde muchas formas de vincularnos están profundamente invisibilizadas. Existe una presión constante, lo que vendríamos a llamar el shipeo, de avanzar en las relaciones hacia un modelo específico, que es la pareja en este aspecto. Incluso llega a aparecer el shipeo reverso, cuando se invalida cualquier vínculo que no encaje con esa lógica. Básicamente es la idea de, quiero a mi amigo, le doy un abrazo y de repente aparece alguien como, los rechipeo. Y es como, Y como que automáticamente tu intención con las personas se ven corruptas por el externo, básicamente. Además, hay una falta de referentes que nos muestren otras formas posibles de relacionarnos. Se instala la idea de que el amor real es el de pareja, que la pareja debe ser la prioridad y que sin sexo falta algo. Todo esto construye una jerarquización de las relaciones, donde lo demás termina quedando en segundo plano. Pero desde nuestras experiencias, especialmente como personas asexuales que somos, cuestionamos eso. Les amigues también consideramos que son un soporte fundamental. Podemos tener citas con amigues, construir una intimidad, cuidado y proyecto en común sin necesidad de ser una pareja. Descentralizar la idea de que necesitamos una pareja para estar completos abre otras posibilidades. Crecer con les amigues, apoyarnos mutuamente, sostenernos en red, tanto redes de contención, redes de amigos, redes de aquellas personas que nos hacen sentir contenidas. Y justamente por eso también reconocemos que estos vínculos son importantes de cuidar, de nombrar y de mantener.
Pero y para darle un poco de contexto también, empezamos con algo básico, que casi nunca nos enseñan, porque hay muchas formas de vincularnos, hay muchas formas de afecto. Tenemos gente que son amistades, gente cercana, gente que nos cae bien, gente que nos cae mal, gente que ni siquiera nos cae. Tenemos relación con el territorio, con el trabajo, con el activismo, muchas formas. Y cuando hablamos de relaciones, muchas veces automáticamente se piensa en pareja, pero no, porque esto va, y esta conversación va a ir mucho más allá de lo romántico o lo sexual, de lo parejocentrista, usando un término que usa una contadora, una creadora de contenido, o le creadora de contenido, la chique que habita, que es una persona de México, y ella habla del parejocentrismo. Pero también tenemos que pensar en el cuidado, en cómo muchas veces tiene que ver, y siempre tiene que ver con el autocuidado, con el sostén emocional, aprender que no todo ese peso tiene que caer en la pareja o en la familia. Y también vamos a repensar la dependencia emocional, porque sí, necesitamos a otras personas porque somos seres gregarios, pero eso no significa que toda dependencia sea negativa. La clave está en los límites, en saber cuándo acercarse, cuándo alejarse. Y finalmente recordar que los vínculos no son estáticos, son dinámicos, cambian en el tiempo, cambia la relación, cambia cómo nos relacionamos con los otros. Por eso, más que definir una forma correcta de relacionarnos, lo que vamos a buscar es abrir preguntas, conocer la diversidad de las formas que construimos los afectos, el cuidado y la comunidad.
Precioso. Gracias, Wilka. Bueno, justamente nosotros habíamos dicho que el tema es una forma ACE de relacionarnos entre nosotros. Entonces, pensando en qué significa, para ustedes por lo menos, la idea de una forma ACE de relacionarnos, ¿cómo han vivido los vínculos platónicos en sus propias experiencias? ¿Qué tipo de relaciones vinculares siente que hoy están más invisibilizadas?
Pues al final es que creo que siempre se le acaba dando mayor valor a todas aquellas relaciones en las que haya un vínculo o sexual o romántico por en medio, mientras que todo lo demás, pues eso, se denosta, tiene menos peso, menos valor, y al final que no solo podemos depender de esa persona con la que tenemos ese tipo de atracción, o sea, al final lo que construimos y necesitamos construir son redes de cuidado, centrar los cuidados, centrar los apoyos y el cariño en muchas personas, en querernos, en tejer esas redes y que sean fuertes y nos sostengan. Pero con un solo hilo no hacemos nada, mientras que cuando tejes la red y dedicas cuidado y espacios, pues es cuando se puede construir cosas bonitas.
A mí, por ejemplo, me sucedía, yo vivía con una roomie en Argentina, yo vivía en Argentina, y teníamos una relación tan estrecha, éramos como hermanos, nos molestábamos, nos decíamos qué hacer, nos corregíamos las cosas, había mucha confianza, había mucha complicidad. Entonces, y en ningún momento hubo ningún tipo de interacción, tanto sexual como íntima, vincular, emocional. Fluía mucho. Pero justamente tenía de repente amigas que decían, no, mira qué envidia vivir con una mujer. Y yo, uno de repente pasa mucho en la norma de que dos géneros están condenados a estar juntos, son imanes. Nosotros, funcionamiento de los imanes, aquí tengo imanes, ¿vieron? Que si son contrarios están destinados a juntarse. Y no funciona así, mucho más ahora, estamos hablando justamente de una relación heterosexual. Más complejo todavía serían relaciones diferentes. Entonces, pasa mucho de que a uno los meten en un constante saco donde casi poco menos que hay un compromiso obligatorio de interactuar con las personas en vínculos sexoafectivos. Ahora,
claro.
Sí.
No, dale, Freddy.
No, iba a pasar otra pregunta, pero si quieres complementar esta maravillosa.
Sí, no, dale.
Ok, miren, para que esto sea aterrizable, entendible para todos, Vamos a imaginar que yo vengo de otro planeta, yo no tengo idea de nada, no conozco los conceptos, y de aquí voy a preguntar respecto al parejocentrismo, que es, ¿cómo definirían el parejocentrismo desde sus experiencias?
A ver, el parejocentrismo es un término que nosotros conocimos, o por lo menos yo, y que yo lo traje. Oye, mira, encontré esta palabra, ¿qué les parece? Se lo escuché a la chique que habita, y es una persona que crea contenido. Ahí se lo dejé a la persona que está moderando para poder, lo ponga acá abajo, quién es la chica que habita. Y ella explica qué es el parejocentrismo, que es este pensamiento o mito, porque es un mito, que que el centro de tu vida tiene que ser tener una pareja. Y es muy divertido porque incluso este parejocentrismo puede ser con otros tipos de relaciones de pareja, no solamente la pareja monógama y exclusiva, sino es que cómo no va a estar vivirlo, o sea, cómo no va a estar viviendo la vida como una persona asexual y como una ameba o reproduciéndose y duplicándose a sí misma, pero también cómo no vas a estar teniendo una relación romántico-sexual. Y distingo afectivo de romántico, porque los aspectos existen. Entre Lucía, Freddy y yo hay una relación afectiva. A Lucía y a Freddy yo les quiero mucho. Y yo sé que también me quieren, pero... No. Y no significa que tenga que haber una pareja. Y también hay como tensiones en esas categorías sociales impuestas. En otras palabras, el parejocentrismo es una obligatoriedad social a que tengas que tener pareja, lo cual es súper nocivo, porque pasa, yo tengo un vínculo con una persona que quiero mucho y yo sé que me quiere y ha sido una relación, una de las relaciones más ricas que he tenido en mi vida, y una persona de la familia me dice, hoy yo pensé que bla, bla, bla era hombre. Entonces, como, en primer lugar, es una persona no binaria, así que esa categoría no corresponde. No, pero yo creí que era un hombre cis. No, ¿por qué pensaste eso? Y la persona quedó así como, no, porque solo lo creí. Como diciendo, oye, estoy asumiendo, porque Vilka siempre habla de esta persona y se junta con esta persona, asumí que eran pareja.
Yo creo que también afecta mucho justamente, tipo, el equivalente del micromachismo vendría a ser como las microparejocentrismo. Tipo, hay una cuestión tan afianzada en nuestra cultura, tipo, crecimos en la idea de que la pareja viene a ser lo máximo que podemos llegar a aspirar, y uno tiende a tener ese empuje. A mí mismo me ha sucedido, tipo, como las ganas de tener pareja porque es la pareja. No hay más razones, no hay más construcción por detrás. Entonces, hay una situación muy que se nos mete en la cabeza después de, y que esto yo creo que sucede a nivel cultural, a nivel mundial, me parece, no solamente en Latinoamérica o en el occidente. Es ver de repente los animes, series rusas, que siempre como la familia y la pareja es el núcleo de todo. O sea, el mismo gobierno, por ejemplo, habla mucho de que la familia es el núcleo del Estado. Y entonces ahí se construye básicamente una idea en la cual nos sentimos empujados a tener una pareja, porque es nuestro deber, porque tenemos que hacerlo. Y hable.
No, que es que simplemente digo, antes de que paséis a otra cosa, digo, yo levanto la mano y así ya no me pongo nerviosa, porque somos 3 personas con TDAH, puede salir de aquí cualquier cosa. No os preocupéis, terminar.
Llegó Ágata. ¿Te puedes presentar, Ágata, por favor?
Hola, Ágata.
Hola.
Bueno, mi nombre es Agatha Brooks. Soy una mujer transgénero de 37 años que vive en República Dominicana. Manejo la página Asexuales RD. ¿Qué más puedo decir? Tengo desde, creo, después de pandemia, porque empecé a hablar de asexualidad e incluirlo en mi currículum, por así decirlo. Y no, nada. Un placer siempre estar aquí.
Bueno, bienvenida, Agatha. Gracias por acompañarnos. Justo iba a pasar a una pregunta relacionada al ámbito del parejocentrismo. Y bueno, ya te presentaste, así que te iba a decir que te presentaste, pero la redundancia, ¿viste? ¿Qué tensiones han visto entre amor, amistad y comunidad dentro de lo sexual?
Pues si queréis voy yo. Un poco, bueno, con lo que iba a decir también antes. Es que al final el sistema te lleva siempre a que se fuercen esas tensiones. Por ejemplo, ahora mismo, no sé si en todo el mundo, pero yo diría que sí, estamos viendo una crisis de la vivienda. Cada vez las viviendas cuestan más dificultades. Pero claro, si a esto encima le añades que se construye pensando en núcleo familiar de habitación de matrimonio, que tienen que ser 2 personas que aún encima tengan que dormir en la misma cama, cuando incluso una de las personas puede acabar roncando todas las noches y la otra ni siquiera poder dormir, y luego la habitación para los niños. Pero no cabe otro tipo de organización familiar en el que puedan convivir más de una persona o incluso no monogamias, o simplemente 2 amistades que digan, pues queremos vivir juntos y ya está, o yo quiero vivir sola y organizarme pues mejor la vida. Pero claro, si todo encima está más caro, si ya cuesta tener un sitio donde vivir cuando estás pagando a medias con otra persona, si aún encima quiero vivir yo sola y si aún encima quiero vivir con más personas, es que no se construyen ni siquiera casas tan grandes. Entonces al final, ¿cómo no va a haber tensiones si todo el mundo te está llevando a tienes que organizarte así, tienes que organizarte así? ¿Y la pareja para cuándo? No vas a ser una tía aburrida que vive solo con gatos y que va a acabar hablando más idioma gato que idioma persona. Al final es todo un poco, pues, el parejocentrismo, la matonormatividad, alonormatividad, hacen todo junto, una bomba, y hace, pues ya veremos cuándo explota.
Bueno, en verdad es todo un proceso, porque desde que te crea la sociedad te indica que en vez de tu crecimiento como persona depende de el punto que llegues a tener pareja y hacer tu propia familia. Pero cuando tú quiebras esa idea y dices, no, quiero estar solo y vivir por mi cuenta y no tener hijos, la gente, principalmente tu familia y la gente, se queda como que, ¿qué? Y aquí en República Dominicana se refuerza mucho de que si tú no tienes hijos, ¿quién te va a cuidar cuando tú te vieja? O cuando tú te viejo o te vieje, ¿quién te va a cuidar? Y de la idea de que tú no puedes estar sin pareja. Y hace poco estaba hablando, creo que con personas cercanas, de que hay una presión social de que uno tiene que estar en pareja en todo ámbito. A veces hasta en un trabajo te ven con otro estatus cuando tú no eres soltero. Y que cuando estás, dices, soy una persona casada, la gente dice como que, una persona casada tiene pero igual esa persona casada le llega su límite de que, está casada pero no tiene hijos, está incompleta. Es como que hay siempre un plus que tú tienes que cumplir. Entonces como soltero es más demandante. Entonces cuando tú vienes a una persona y le dices, soy asexual y soy poliamoroso y no quiero tener hijos, es como que, ¿qué es eso? Como que toda esa disyuntiva junta desconstruye un poco la normativa, y al desconstruir esa normativa crea como un caos en la gente. Y tú eres un caos andante para la gente. Y mayormente a veces tú te vinculas de manera no monogámica, y a veces no es una relación que tú dices, no es mi novio, o es mi novia, o es mi novia, tú le dices vínculo y la gente tiene como que, ¿qué vínculo? O sea, que tú le estás restando importancia a eso. Y yo, no, es importante para mí, pero es un vínculo. Y lo chistoso para mí de eso es que aprendí que yo, desde la sociedad en sí, uno aprende a que uno necesita estar con alguien, pero después me di cuenta que las relaciones que tengo con mis amigos es completa, me llena, y me di cuenta que tengo citas con mis amigos. Por ejemplo, yo tengo Semana Santa, yo lo pasé con un amigo, con mi familia, sí, pero después me fui para un amigo 3 días. Y con él yo pasé todos los días, subí fotos con él y todo el mundo dice, ay, qué linda pareja. Y yo, no, es mi amigo. ¿Cómo que es tu amigo? Si se ven tan lindos juntos. Y yo, es mi amigo. Compartimos juntos, vemos películas, cocinamos juntos, salimos juntos, pero no en plan romántico. Es como que estamos ahí el uno para el otro y ya, y eso te hace feliz y punto. Eso también es bueno y válido, pero la gente entiende que no. Que si pasan situaciones como esas, o él está interesado en mí o yo estoy interesado en él. Y yo como que
pero
no.
¿cómo si se ven tan lindos juntos?
Exactamente, y te vuelve lo mismo. Y es como la pregunta repetitiva de que por qué no te esfuerzas si tienes esa relación con esa persona. Y yo, porque es mi amigo.
Pero Ágata, ¿cómo se te ocurre? Es más lindo.
No,
porque parece
aquí en Dominicana, no sé si pasa allá, en Dominicana entiende que cuando tú dices amigo, la gente dice amigo o amigo. Es que como que es un amigo o es un amigo sexual. Porque
acá se dice, ¿son amigos con derechos o sin derechos? Lo que es horrible, porque como si alguien tuviera derecho al acceso de otras cosas. Pero ¿te ibas a hacer otra pregunta?
Sí, ya que justamente Ágata había hablado del tema de los cuidados y la adultez, quería tirar esta pregunta. ¿Qué roles sienten que se nos imponen al llegar a la adultez? Tipo, ¿cuál es nuestro deber como personas adultas?
Pues ir pasando por la escalera de la vida. Primero, novietes adolescentes. Luego, venga, hay que casarse porque si no, madre mía. Y luego, hijes, y ala. Bueno, entre medias, vivir juntos, todo esto. Pero al final siempre como todo en escalera, ¿no? Como en jerarquía incluso de los pasos que seguimos para estar completos y para no acabar viviendo nuestra vida de amargades. Madre mía. Cuando dices, déjame que me gestionen los vínculos como quiera, ¿qué más te da mi vida? Además, cuando hay un montón de matrimonios, seguramente en todos los países, que dices, ay, madre mía, si hubieses estado soltero. O sea, qué bien te habría ido la vida. Pero en cambio al revés no lo decimos. Es decir, o sea, me refiero que cuando ves a una pareja, dices, ay, qué bien que están juntos tal, y no nos paramos a pensar tanto, ay, ojalá hubiesen estado solteros. Pero si es a una persona sola que puede estar perfectamente feliz, no dices, o sea, al revés dices, madre mía, qué triste. Y es como, si a lo mejor esa persona está más feliz que tú, pero siempre no, es como, es una vida triste si no te vinculas románticamente, sexualmente, como que te faltan cosas, te falta experimentar, te falta vivir tu vida. Y hay muchas formas, muchos vínculos y pues eso, que no todo el mundo se vincula de la misma manera.
¿Y cómo cuestionan ustedes esa idea de que solo hay ciertos caminos válidos? Tipo pareja, familia, trabajo, tipo solamente tenemos ciertos caminos establecidos para seguir.
Es que es muy limitante socialmente, porque socialmente te dan una directriz y esto es lo único. Es como que para ser válida en la sociedad, siempre como que yo fui inmigrante y para dejar de ser inmigrante y pasar la precariedad que pasaba, tuve que acceder a los documentos y entrar al proceso burocrático de la vida. Yo seguía siendo ser humano, pero para ser un ser humano válido para la sociedad, tenía que tener un documento que dijera, sí, esta persona es una ciudadana que está en el sistema que hemos implantado. Entonces es lo mismo, cuando tú no eres soltero, eres como una persona que está a la deriva en la sociedad y que la sociedad siente que necesita encarrilarte para que tú encuentres tu matrimonio ideal y crees tu familia ideal y que y que hagas ese proceso ideal. Y cuando tú no lo haces, la gente tiene que, ay, pobrecito, como decía Luis, ay, pobrecito, esa gente que se quedó soltera por la vida, ay, se quedó jamona, ay, qué dolor, se quedó jamón. Y hay una presión, un ejemplo, yo vengo de una iglesia episcopal y después evangélica, pero en los procesos de iglesia tú te das cuenta mucho de ese sistema, de que si hay una sierva de Dios que tiene 25 años y no está comprometida o está casada, tiene problemas. Y si tiene 30 ya es una catástrofe, como que tú tienes 30 y no tienes ningún siervo, ni tienes a nadie, y dentro de la iglesia tú adorando a Dios, dices, gloria a Dios, aleluya, tú tienes la presión de que no hay ningún siervo que me haga caso, y el primero que me haga caso tengo que hacerle caso porque tengo que salir de la soltería, porque la gente dice que tengo que salir de la soltería. Entonces hay una presión social en todo ámbito para tú salir de la soltería, y cuando tú dices que estás cómodo con la soltería, es como decir, es como esas mujeres que dicen decido no ser madre, que es una abominación para la sociedad.
Claro,
¿Cómo tú vas a ser mujer y no vas a ser madre? Es como todo ese proceso que está muy intrínseco.
Bueno, antes de la siguiente pregunta, les recuerdo que nos queda media hora, así que hay que hacer preguntas cortas, respuestas cortas, porque si no nos empieza a respirar el tiempo en la nuca y no nos gusta eso. Y todavía quedan varias preguntas todavía. Así que voy a la siguiente. ¿Qué significa para ustedes el co-cuidado en sus redes? ¿Cómo construyen soporte emocional? ¿Y qué aprendizajes creen que no deberían relegarse solo a la pareja o a la terapia?
Yo, respecto a los, por ejemplo, cuidados y aprendizajes que están solo en la pareja, una cosa que, bueno, cada vez estoy viviendo menos porque tengo, pues eso, vínculos más sanos y tal, pero sí que de llegar a chocarme mucho en algunos momentos son, por ejemplo, sobre todo por el tema de machismo, heteronormatividad y tal, hombres que acompañan, por ejemplo, si salen de noche, a su pareja mujer, pero no a sus amigas. A lo mejor es solo algo que he visto yo, porque mi ex era como era, pero sí que creo que es algo normal de personas que dicen, yo voy a cuidar a mi pareja, sobre todo también en plan, yo a mi mujer. Pero ya el resto, bueno, ya que se apañen, porque no es tan importante, ¿no? Es como, es un vínculo que está por debajo. Claro, sí que es verdad que es eso, como pues al final también te acabas vinculando con personas pues que acaban teniendo otro tipo de mentalidad, cada vez también gente más queer y demás, pero sí que creo que en entornos como muy normativos es algo que se ve mucho. Y luego, pues para mí, por ejemplo, el co-cuidado, que pues creo que también es como pues escuchar a las personas, ver qué necesitan, pero sobre todo yo diría la comunicación, o sea, poder hablar en todo momento y que se creen entornos sanos donde se pueda hablar, porque es ahí cuando se puede construir algo. O sea, los vínculos no están así, ala, salen como las setas, sino que se tienen que cuidar, proteger, si algo se ha roto, intentar arreglarlo, pues dentro de lo que se puede, como sea de sano todo. Pero al final es un proceso, no es algo que está ahí para siempre. Entonces, pues igual que se cuidan las parejas y se construyen, pues es que también se tienen que construir las amistades o cualquier otro tipo de vínculo.
Sí, y estaba, como les dije, a mí se me desenchufa la wifi del cerebro porque me quedé mirando los comentarios de YouTube. Y los comentarios son como que complejo porque el sistema económico incluso te empuja a conseguir pareja para sobrevivir. Hay alguien que dice que cuando estaba en el colegio quise llevar a un amigo a la fiesta de graduación, pero mi mamá se molestó y no me dejó. Me dijo que tenía que ir con un hombre, que no entendía mi concepto de pareja. Me pasó exactamente lo mismo y tuve que llevar al amigo de un amigo de un amigo. Y que hay gente que dice que le meten la idea de tener hijos, oye, quiero tener, que la mamá le dice, oye, dame algún nieto, y una le dice, lo máximo que te puedo ofrecer es un perro, como en los señores del, ¿cómo se llama? De Pawn King o algo así.
Un gato te puedo dar, mamá, tómalo, déjalo. uno le pongo el nombre del hijo que querías tener. Ya está. Juan.
Claro.
El gato Ramón, por ejemplo.
Y por eso, por lo menos acá en Chile, hablamos de los perrijos y los gatijos. Sí. Especialmente dentro de la comunidad queer. Y hablando de vínculos queer platónicos, ¿cómo son ustedes los vínculos? ¿Qué son primero los vínculos queer platónicos? ¿Qué desafíos aparecen al construir estos vínculos en un mundo a lo matonormado y cómo se negocian los límites y expectativas? Y antes de responder, para aclarar, platónicos son una relación afectiva profunda que no está supeditada ni que pasa por una relación sexo-romántica. Y de nuevo voy a repetir como sexo romántico para no decir afectivo, porque afectos hay muchos. Incluso por la mascota. Porque las mascotas también pueden ser parte de tu familia.
Pues con la forma de, bueno, con el construir vínculos queer platónicos, claro, creo que también a veces está el problema de que muchas veces en la sociedad, como todo el mundo se está gestionando la vida, los cuidados en pareja, en una sola persona, a veces incluso cuesta encontrar personas que tengan otro tipo de perspectivas, que construyan los vínculos de manera como más horizontal y que a lo mejor puedan dedicarte incluso más tiempo directamente. Entonces, yo, por ejemplo, creo que a lo mejor he tenido menos vínculos como queer platónicos, o a lo mejor, porque al final, o sea, yo sí que tengo pareja y le dedico más tiempo, pero al final creo que también es, pues eso, un poco por las circunstancias de la vida, por aquellas personas que he podido tener en mi entorno, pero eso, pero o sea, me refiero a la hora de a lo mejor tiempo y todo esto, pero luego al final también, o sea, eso no quiere decir que yo, por ejemplo, a mis amistades les vaya a tener menos cariño o que les vaya a dejar más de lado o que haya en algún momento en el que vaya a tener que elegir entre una persona u otra y yo qué sé, le vaya a dar una patada a alguien en el culo o algo. Eso tampoco. Pero sí que es cierto que, claro, y también entiendo en personas que a lo mejor no se quieren vincular románticamente con alguien en una pareja, que dices, si la teoría está muy bien, pero yo a qué persona encuentro para que me acompañe, no sé, yo que sé, a que quiera ir cada X tiempo a un viaje a no sé dónde, por poner un ejemplo. Que creo que al final también a veces eso puede llegar a ser algo a gestionar, pero también según en qué entornos te encuentres y dónde socialices.
Entiendo. Bueno, justamente estamos viviendo como diferentes interacciones respecto al ámbito halo. Es como estar en una frecuencia distinta. Entonces uno va aprendiendo muy sobre la marcha, porque no hay un tutorial, no hay un libro, de base no hay un libro para la vida, pero específicamente en una situación donde la cultura nos lleva en contra, es complicado entender lo que está bien y lo que está mal. Entonces, en base a esta idea, les dejo la pregunta. ¿Qué aprendizajes creen que la experiencia sexual aporta a personas ase y alosexuales?
Pues, bueno, tiro yo para adelante.
Vamos, que se puede.
Lo que queráis. Pues, a ver, yo creo que sobre todo el tema de repensarse los vínculos, lo que sientes, lo que necesitas, porque creo que muchas veces hay personas que dicen, madre mía, yo es que necesito una pareja, ay, qué mal, llevo no sé cuánto tiempo sin pareja o sin relaciones, sin relaciones afectivas sexuales en general. Y al final dices, ¿cuántas de esas personas lo que quieren es alguien que les acompañe a lo mejor a comprar el pan? No, a lo mejor no necesitas tanto que haya un cierto tipo de atracción, sino una cierta cercanía con alguien. Entonces, a mí sí que es verdad que me ha permitido ver el mundo con otros ojos de una manera mucho más sana y entenderme a mí más y, oye, muy chachi todo.
Muy chachi.
Ágata.
Bueno, un aprendizaje que he podido tener sobre ser una persona asexual es la importancia de vincularse o de ver la vinculación desde otra perspectiva. Igual es muy desgastante para mí en un sentido porque uno tiene que estar a veces sobreexplicándose soy asexual, me he visto como me he visto, porque me he visto para la gente muy sensual y la gente entiende que esa vestimenta muy sexual es que quiero sexo y no porque amo mi cuerpo, me gusta que se vea bonito, pero hasta ahí. Entonces, aprender a poner límites a las personas y principalmente en virtual, que muchos hombres se sobrepasan con palabras o obscenidades y decirle no, yo llego hasta aquí, estoy así.
Sí, completamente de acuerdo, Ágata. Y además estaba pensando en el famoso modelo de atracciones divididas, y que ese modelo tiene la belleza que ayuda a desjerarquizar las relaciones, porque muchas veces pasa, una persona puede ser, porque hay personas que se enamoran hasta los zapatos, se enamoran a cada rato y sienten atracción a cada rato, que también es son atracciones absolutamente válidas. A mí me ayudó a entender la alosexualidad y la romanticidad, me ayudó a entenderlo estando dentro de la comunidad, porque antes yo no lo entendía, porque como dice una amiga que le robo la frase, yo nunca salí del closet porque en realidad yo vivía en Narnia, creía que las otras gente eran las extrañas. Y Narnia tiene que estar, Narnia también nos ayuda a entenderlo, por decirlo de alguna forma. Narnia, la comunidad se nos ayuda también a entender a las personas alorománticas, pensando hacia la persona aloromántica, que la vida no se acaba cuando se rompe la relación con una pareja, que necesitas crecer sin la pareja, aparte de crecer con la pareja, y crecer a pesar de la pareja. Entonces creo que eso es un gran aporte que tiene la comunidad.
Y voy a hacer un pequeño inciso a lo que decía esa persona de que sentía que el resto era la gente rara. O sea, a mí sí que me ha llegado a pasar de que yo no soy consciente de cuando la gente siente atracción sexual. O sea, en la vida. O sea, creo que esa gente llamada lo sexual, como que pueden ver a la gente por la calle y se les despierta algo. Pues entiendo que no siempre, pero a veces es como, o sea, yo voy por la vida ignorando que esas cosas pasan. Entonces un día a lo mejor voy a salir, yo qué sé, con las tetas al aire, a la calle, sin darme cuenta, y a lo mejor la gente está sintiendo atracción y yo ignorando felizmente en mi burbuja. Obviamente no tenemos que actuar en función de cómo vaya a ser el resto y si va a venir algún señor o baboso, pero como que sí que vivo como en otra realidad a veces.
Sí. Y ahora pasando a otro tema, con respecto a cómo nosotras construimos relaciones, y que son relaciones que están fuera de lo romántico sexual y podemos tener roomies, como contaba Freddy, respecto a la legislación y el reconocimiento, ¿cómo impacta la falta de reconocimiento legal de los vínculos no tradicionales en su vida y en los contextos? ¿Cuál es la realidad en Dominicana y en España? Yo ahora voy a hablar de la de Chile. ¿Y qué desafíos legales se han identificado en torno a herencias, decisiones de salud y convivencia? En Chile, por ejemplo, existe el acuerdo de vida en pareja, existe el matrimonio igualitario, existe el matrimonio sin apellido. Pero no existe alguna legislación que reconozca como herederes a personas que conviven contigo, incluso si tienen un vínculo romántico. Es decir, yo podría vivir con mi parejo o pareje por 25 años juntos, y si la persona fallece o yo fallezco, la persona no es heredera. Más aún si hay roomies. Más aún con roomies que podían estar viviendo 30 años. El caso de mis abuelas, bisabuelas, tías, bisabuelas, eran dos amigas que vivían con mi mamá y ellas eran amigas y no tenían otros vínculos. Cuando las personas fallecen tuvieron que dejar herencias, pero existe en Chile algo que hoy día se llama los herederos forzosos, que son vínculos legales a través de matrimonio, acuerdo de vida en pareja o matrimonio igualitario, o vínculos sanguíneos hacia los lados, hermanes, hacia arriba, padres, hijes, creo que son 2 hacia abajo, y luego empiezan a disgregarse, y llega un momento cuando no hay consanguinidad, va al Estado, y legalmente en Chile va a bomberos. Porque Chile, los bomberos trabajan gratis, para que sepa el mundo. Y se mantiene por donaciones, etcétera. Entonces, pero puede ser que viva con roomies y esas personas no son herederas. Lo mismo pasa cuando las personas en decisiones de salud, al menos que haya un contrato de cuidadores o para donación de órganos. La última palabra de la donación de órganos no la tiene el donante, la tiene la familia. Entonces, hay una falta en Chile que se trató de suplir con el intento de nueva constitución que no fue aprobado el año 22, en que reconocía a todos los tipos de familia. Entonces les dejo la palabra, me extendí un poco porque tuve que preguntar y responder. Lucía y Ágata, por favor, ¿cómo es la realidad en Dominicana y en España con respecto a estos temas?
Bueno, empiezo yo si queréis. En España, pues bueno, al final sí, o sea, existen matrimonios, matrimonio igualitario, o sea, todo, o sea, no es como categorías aparte, sino como, bueno, está dentro de todo eso, pero se llama como más a nivel social, podríamos decir. Y bueno, y aparte luego están las parejas de hecho, que realmente es algo que se creó antes de que fuese legal el matrimonio igualitario, pero a día de hoy, pues prácticamente lo mismo, pero bueno, sigue existiendo. Y bueno, respecto a las herencias, creo que hay una parte fija que tú lo tienes que dejar, por ejemplo, a tus hijos, pero luego también hay un porcentaje que tú puedes decir, pues quiero que se vaya a esta persona, que no, pero claro, todo eso tiene que ser firmado con un notario, todas esas cosas y bien hecho, porque que luego también a lo mejor pueden darse casos que no estén bien hechos, entonces no sirva para nada, pero claro, no hay nada legal, o sea, por ejemplo, que si hay una persona que se pone enferma, por ejemplo, tu amiga se pone enferma, tú no puedes pedirte días en el trabajo para cuidar a esa persona. Que cuando hay un matrimonio, sí, por ejemplo, respecto a tus hijos y a tus padres, y si hay matrimonio, puedes ser a tu pareja, a sus padres y, bueno, los hijos que tengáis. Pero claro, para una amiga, todos esos permisos no están, y hay un montón de protecciones legales que solo pueden estar mediante matrimonio. Y claro, si ya lo decían para el matrimonio igualitario cuando se aprobó, es que entonces 2 amigas se van a casar y entonces van a aprovecharse de esta ley para pedirse días libres en el trabajo y todas esas cosas. Si ya lo decían para entonces, como para decir, vamos a poner una ley para que pueda protegerse, pues, que sea, amistades más íntimas y demás, se podría liar una buena si se quisiese legislar. No sé cuál sería la mejor forma de hacerlo, pero sí que es cierto que al final todo nos lleva a ese parejocentrismo, incluso a nivel legal, y que hay cuidados y protecciones que solo puedes tener mediante el matrimonio, y ya está.
¿Y tú, Ágata?
Bueno, aquí en Dominicana es más complejo porque el único matrimonio válido es el heterosexual. Entonces, ya es más complejo. Aquí no hay ley de identidad de género ni nada de ese proceso. Entonces, aquí no hay ninguna ley LGBT aprobada. Entonces,
me suena súper real eso.
Sí.
No, que suena muy normalizada esa situación. Sé que hay muchísimos países todavía que ignoran a la mitad de la población, por lo menos.
Aquí es más complejo y mientras la iglesia siga teniendo poder político aquí, eso está un poco muy lejano. Pero en esos casos, por ejemplo, en personas heterosexuales que no se casan, ellos tienen como una cápita, después de 5 años se le dice unión libre. Entonces, como unión libre, después de 5 años con una pareja, esa persona sí puede reclamar si esa persona se muere o demás. Pero eso se aplica igual para heterosexuales. No aplica para personas LGBT. Ya personas LGBT en general, yo puedo hacer una casa con mi pareja y todo, y al final si esa persona se muere, su familia puede venir y decir, mira, te vas para la calle, aquí no hay nada tuyo.
Claro, o sea que
Aquí
básicamente son las redes quienes mantienen básicamente todo, no dependen tanto del Estado.
Exactamente. Entonces la gente tiene que hacer como poderes con abogados, así como por ejemplo yo hacer un testamento y decir, mira, si me pasa algo, se lo voy a dejar a fulano de tal. Solo así en ese proceso. Y es algo costoso, pero es solamente esa como la única vía viable para personas LGBT. No perderlo todo si una de las parejas se muere. Igual es con los negocios. Igual si negocio, lo que sea. Igual en salud. Por ejemplo, a veces tienes una pareja LGBT y tú vas con tu pareja al médico y llaman a la familia. Aunque la familia y ellos no se hablen. Llaman a la familia y la pareja la invisibiliza. Es como si fuera una amiga. Un amigo que está aquí. Entonces es más complejo todavía. Tendría entonces que hacer también un poder. Entonces para todo hay que hacer como un poder, algo muy legal para que tu pareja pueda acceder como si fuera tu esposo o esposa o familiar ya directo.
Claro, comprendo. Bueno, como ya nos quedan 15 minutos, vamos a empezar a leer algunas de las preguntas que puedan publicar en los comentarios de YouTube. Tienen un tiempo para realizarlas. Mientras tanto, Suel Teacher mandó una pregunta. ¿Cómo explicarle a mi entorno que una relación no romántica puede ser igual de importante? ¿Alguna quiere responder?
Pues yo estoy pensando en que tengo ahora mi familia por todo mi entorno, o sea, por aquí por la casa. Yo oficialmente no he salido del armario, pero voceo mucho, con lo cual, y estoy pensando, ¿qué estará pensando esta gente que estoy hablando y estoy diciendo? Creo que tengo la misma duda y también que muchas veces, por un lado, porque la crianza que han podido tener otras personas de la familia, otras generaciones, es distinta y los aprendizajes que han tenido son distintos a los nuestros. Luego, por otro lado, personas que no lo van a aceptar por mucho que quieran. Y claro, a veces es que es complicado, pero yo diría simplemente preguntarle, claro, o sea, que piensen en ejemplos suyos, porque aunque a veces digas, vale, sí, he hecho todos los cuidados de una pareja, pero a lo mejor muchas veces a la hora de desahogarte, a lo mejor vas a tu amiga porque dices, es que me entiende, o sea, tengo aquí al marido que a lo mejor no entiende cuando le cuento una cosa, o por roles, incluso por roles de género, como que a veces se asocia que a lo mejor los hombres hablan menos de emociones y tal, y muchas veces las mujeres van como a otros grupos de amigas porque como que se entienden, e incluso yo a veces he visto a hombres ir a grupos solo de mujeres porque se entienden más que, o sea, o que entienden que les van a escuchar más que otros hombres, lo cual es como cómo hemos llegado a esto con los roles de género. Entonces, bueno, ¿qué me estoy yendo? Yo creo que es pensar, por ejemplo, si se lo quieres decir a tu madre, oye, tú cuando tienes un problema, ¿a quién acudes? O sea, ¿a quién acudes para desahogarte y todo esto? Y no te das cuenta que a lo mejor eso también es una forma, o sea, es un vínculo fuerte donde te estás apoyando antes que a lo mejor en tu pareja o igual que en tu pareja. Al final, eso puede ser igual de importante. O sea, ya luego, si tú te quieres ir a una boda y que tu acompañante sea tu amigue o no, bueno, eso ya es decisión de cada persona, pero creo que todas las personas nos acabamos apoyando en muchas personas, a veces de manera más consciente y a veces menos. Entonces creo que a veces como conectan más cuando empiezan a pensar cómo se vinculan ellos. No sé si me he explicado porque por el TDAH me voy y a veces aterrizo y a veces no.
Claro, yo creo que un poco en una síntesis vendría a ser, o al menos también desde mi interpretación, es Es que todos yo creo que tienen un mejor amigo, el amigo donde se salen a tomar, que pueden llegar a jugar fútbol, todo eso, como relaciones de padres más que nada. Es lo que se me ocurre cuando pienso en un papá, me imagino en esas dos cosas, lo siento, gente. Entonces, claro, uno puede decirle, bueno, yo te chipeo con tu amigo o algo por el estilo. Entonces, es usar las propias amistades o relaciones que ellos tienen para dar el ejemplo, tipo, tú no saldrías de esta manera con Lucas o Juan o Diego. Entonces, ahí yo creo que es un poco conectar con la idea y dejarle clara la situación. A mí solo me interesa como una amistad. Tal vez incluso más que una amistad, dependiendo ahí de un nivel jerárquico de mejor amigo, vínculo cercano, a lo que la etiqueta que ustedes deseen ponerle. Y aquí tenemos otra pregunta de Green Activist 16. No lo leeré en inglés porque no sé decir números en inglés. No soy tan bueno. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Qué hago si mis amistades no valoran el vínculo tanto como yo? ¿Alguna quiere responder eso?
Bueno, yo podría decirte que si no lo valoran es que no se siente lo mismo y es duro. Pero, un ejemplo, tú debes de hablar, comunicar y expresar cómo te sientes. Siento que la comunicación siempre es un faro de luz en muchos aspectos y quizás con los sentimientos es mejor hablarlos. Y porque tú no sabes, con todo lo que hay ahora de que es una persona es evitativa, no es evitativa, sí, y todo ese proceso, tú no sabes cómo las personas tienen su lenguaje de amor, no sea ya romántico, pero igual hay un lenguaje de amor, de amistad, de familia, que no todo el mundo lo demuestra de la misma persona, y a veces uno, lo digo por experiencia, yo tengo una forma de llamar a todo el mundo que la gente dice muy intensa, muy pasional. Y hay gente que lo demuestra de otra forma. Por ejemplo, mi mamá no me dice te amo todos los días, pero mi mamá me deja un mensaje, me llama, me dice, mira, hice lo que te gusta, pasa a buscarlo. Es como que, y así lo vemos 5 minutos. Y ese es su lenguaje de amor. Y entonces tú tienes que saber qué lenguaje de amor tienen tus amistades contigo, que a veces no es el mismo.
Yo creo que también hay que entender qué vendría a ser la valoración, tipo, porque de repente algunas personas expresan su cariño de diferentes maneras, las muestras de afecto. Hay gente que le gusta hacerlo de manera más física, puede ser una interacción de, mira, te hice una torta. Ahí es donde uno tiene que también saber interpretar cuál es el tipo de vínculo y la forma en la que se está representando a los demás. De repente uno no puede notar que alguien lo quiere un montón hasta que te lo dice, porque yo creo que hay falta mucho cultura del diálogo, de poder decir las cosas, tipo, esta es mi forma de darte afecto, esta es mi forma de darte cariño, porque de repente uno simplemente no lo ve en ese aspecto. Siguiente pregunta, tenemos el de Raina Harris.
Ahí yo estaba tratando de hablar, perdón, Freddy.
Perdón, Wicca.
Sí, es que yo me había muteado. Porque fui a chismosear directamente al YouTube y apagué el micrófono y apagué todos los micrófonos de la vida, no me escuchaba ni yo. Sobre cuando se valora los vínculos y ligándolo con lo que pregunta Amparo Morales, ¿cómo puedo construir los vínculos más allá de la pareja en la vida cotidiana? Y Alex Chama pregunta, ¿cómo puedo lidiar con el distanciamiento de los construidos de la infancia? Creo que se mezclan un poco, puedo mezclar las preguntas. Creo que las personas dan hasta donde pueden y dan lo que pueden. Entonces, cuando yo estaba chiquita, mi mamá decía que habían amigues para jugar, amigues para conversar, como habían diferentes tipos de amistades. Y así es la vida, hay personas que dan de alguna forma y no me gusta mucho la expresión por de dónde viene, pero sí me gusta la expresión por la representación que le podemos dar, que es los lenguajes del amor. Entonces las personas pueden dar de diferentes y también tengo que saber elegir. Es como cuando le decimos a la amiga, amiga, corre, amiga, sal de ahí, también puede ser con las amistades. Y creo que cómo lidiar con los vínculos que se van perdiendo de acuerdo a las etapas de la vida, buscar comunidad. porque cuando tú tienes una comunidad, y yo creo que Freddy, Ágata, Lucía y quienes están detrás de bambalinas pueden dar fe de esto, y de quienes escuchan, que la comunidad que vamos encontrando en el activismo son amistades que se van volviendo muy profundas. Y como tenemos un norte en común, también a veces hay cosas más importantes en la vida y en el planeta pasando que nosotros tengamos que alejarnos de alguien, a pesar de que pueda ser muy doloroso, y yo también me haya tenido que hacer bolita y llorar por diferentes motivos. Como buscar comunidad, creo que el ir construyendo comunidad, construyendo consentimiento, respetando límites, se van construyendo este otro tipo de amistades que son más valiosas.
Lu,
Respecto a esto, yo quería hablar porque soy una persona que la verdad es que ha tenido bastante mala suerte con las amistades y con los grupos, porque claro, siendo una persona neurodivergente, venir de los entornos más normativos que te puedas echar a la cabeza, pues spoiler, sale mal. Entonces sí que es verdad que yo me he tenido que distanciar de muchos entornos, porque claro, por un lado que no entienden tus disidencias, no entienden tu forma de actuar, todo ese tipo de cosas, y a veces te das cuenta, bueno, a veces es porque no eran incompatibles, no han sido incompatibles nunca, y otras veces porque, bueno, algunos son, pues yo qué sé, te acabas distanciando con el tiempo. Pero al final te das cuenta de que cuando luego encuentras otros entornos donde estás bien, es cuando por fin descansas y decir, vale, esto es lo que necesitaba. Entonces creo que al final, pues eso, hay personas que van, que vienen, pues eso, como esa red que hay que tejer pues eso, con personas con las que conectamos, con las que podemos encontrarnos, y que si hay algo que no empieza a funcionar, a veces forzarlo es peor. Entonces es como, bueno, vamos a intentar socializar en los entornos más inclusivos. Por ejemplo, a lo mejor es más fácil encontrar personas con las que conectar en entornos queer, asexuales y demás, que a lo mejor, no sé, en un grupo de hombres que juegan al fútbol, yo qué sé, por poner un ejemplo así de cosas así más hegemónicas, no sé. Entonces creo que al final, pues eso, es todo un proceso, y muchas veces pues lo que hay que tener es paciencia, y si hay algo que no funciona, también intentar hablarlo lo máximo posible y pues trabajar lo que se pueda.
Básicamente la comunicación es clave. Nos quedan 3 minutos, así que tenemos que ir ya cerrando. No sé si quieren dar algunas últimas palabras, chiques, o ya cerramos.
Ahora decimos, ¡hala, venga, adiós, venga!
Sí, dale Freddy, nomás cierra.
Cerremos porque nos respira el tiempo y no queremos retrasar aquí más llamadas. Bueno, gente, sabemos que el cuidado nunca ha sido individual ni aislado, sino es una red, comunidad y sostén compartido, como bien dicho. Sin embargo, hoy se nos enseña que todo debería concentrarse en una sola persona. Y ahí vale la pena preguntarnos qué perdimos en ese cambio. ¿Y qué pasa cuando volvemos a poner el cuidado en el centro de todas nuestras relaciones? Desde nuestras experiencias, también entendemos que la supervivencia nunca ha sido individual, que las redes y los afectos han sostenido la vida mucho antes que cualquier modelo normativo. Y en ese mismo gesto, existir desde la sexualidad tensiona aún más esas reglas. Si la atracción sexual no está en el centro, muchas de las ideas sobre cómo deberían ser los vínculos dejan de funcionar, abriendo preguntas fundamentales sobre cómo se construye la intimidad, qué hace que un vínculo importe y por qué necesitamos nombrarlo para que sea válido. En un mundo que insiste en que el deseo define las relaciones, también estamos creando otras formas de afecto, de cercanía y de comunidad que muchas veces todavía no tienen lenguaje, pero que ya están transformando la manera en que nos vinculamos. Muchas gracias, gente, por estar acá. Quiero agradecer especialmente a Asetivismo. Su Instagram después lo van a ir copiando y pegando acá. Somos Aces, Asearro Chile y Asexuales RD. Y el Instagram también de Calmi Agatha Brooks. Muchas gracias por de nuevo participar en todo esto y les deseo la mejor de las suertes en todo el resto de las llamadas que hayan.
Ahora esperamos a ese. That you wanna close up. I don't know if you're coming here or Kate to the stage.
Claro, no
Or
podemos
the
dejar
final words or something. Hey, Kate.
Hello.
You're muted.
Hello. Trying to find the mute button. Hi. Blahaj and I are ready for sleep now.
Yeah, we know. We know. So what's happening now, Kate, in this
We're
training?
just going to have a goodbye. S has some remarks. It is time for goodbyes. There is S. It is S, I can tell by the jacket.
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
dark. It is dark there, but the daylight is beginning here.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, S, here's your fan club. Only Mati is not here. Your Chilean fan club, and also Kate.
It was amazing to meet Mati, honestly. Do you hear me? Because I was having
yes.
We can hear you. Yeah, you're very clear. Yeah, it's dark there, but it's 6 a.m. here, so it's time for you to go to bed. But it's like time for the day to start, but not for Kate's.
Okay.
I will have a sleepy Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a very great idea. I guess it's time to close for the closing remarks. And Kate, do you want to say something?
I want to say thank you so much to everybody who has done all of the hard work of organizing and then participating. It has been an incredible, 31 hours? 30 hours. You have all done amazing work. It's been an incredible time. So proud of everything that everybody has done, but most especially to all the work that S has done. S has done incredible work and does incredible work every year to put together the live stream. Thank you so much, S.
Thank you so much. And now I just want to say that next year we're gonna stick to 24 hours because like 31 was definitely too much. But yeah, I'm gonna uphold the tradition of torturing you people for a little bit longer because I want to thank some people and some things, and I uphold the tradition of thanking each and every one of you. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. I probably have, and I'm sorry in advance. So, thanks to all the panelists. Manita Shambawi B from Nepali Aspects, Margherita from Luce Siesta, Amanda, Susanna, Amber, Jai from Rete Lettera, Michelle and all the people from NOAA and Aspect Netherlands working on World Pride, Carlin, Gaby K from Aspace London, Freddy Vilka, Kath Mati from Asiarro Chile, Alex Valentin, Agatha from Asexuales RD, Kim Riot, your girl Lissy, although she couldn't be with us due to a last minute problem, Cal Green, Luciella Scarlett, of course, Kate Wood, Joe Sharwell, Jacob from ACT Aces, Jackie from Kenya, Catherine Holmes and Sarah Cosgrave from Aces in STEM, Victoria from Hungarian Aces, Juno from Aspera Polish Asexuals, Nico from Asexuality and Aromanticism in Slovakia, Marisa from Ace Chat, CJ from CJ's Galaxy, Asuka Ishimaru, Megan from Phenomena Press, Yasmin Benoit, Matt Humberstone from Plus Importance Project, Martin and Jace from FAD, Anna and Clara from ACA, Koala from Indonesia, and also Indo Aspecs for getting us in contact, Jan from Aspace Paris, Charlie, Mash, Kai, although they couldn't join, and Lucia from Asetivismo and Somos Ases. Thanks to the hosts, Kate again, Nia and CJ. Thanks to the tech support, Kate and Nia again. Poopy, Yahel, Mick, Erwin, Dan. Thanks Little Lemon Seed for the amazing art for this year IAD. Thanks to everyone who has worked on these for weeks and made this possible. But there's a bit more. Thanks to crafting, upcycling, crocheting, creating together, to plastic bags containing other plastic bags, the real cultural trait that unites us across borders. Thanks to presentations, panels, speeches, pamphlets, discussions, and researches. Thanks to an ungodly amount of plushes, thanks to cats and dogs and squirrels. To the dean's comeback, to setting an example, to technical issues and the determination in overcoming them. Thanks to stickers with inappropriate slogans, to 10-year anniversaries, to expecting 5 people and getting 80, to folk tales with unexpected happy endings for once. Thanks for our hopes for a better future. Thanks for the chance to share our worries for how this future looks sometimes. Thanks to manifestos, thanks to education, thanks to science communication, thanks to those people who write things to be easily understood, thanks to those who write things to be hard for all people to understand. Thanks for voices that cannot be silenced. Thanks for Willy Wonka discourse in the live chat, to parks and sunny days that make phones explode, to cryptids, thanks to tractor parades, to holidays, to teenage boys trying and failing to shoot a basketball through the hoop. Thanks to Dutch traditional games, thanks to Andino aspec solar punk, thanks to an aspec perspective, and to superhero slice of life. All of this and more was in these 31 hours of live stream. If you missed it, look closer. Here is all the beauty, all the power, all the determination of a community that crosses borders in space and time. Thanks to International Asexuality Day and to all it means for all of us. Let's do it again tomorrow. Bye. I love each and every one of you. Who's gonna push the red button? Are you going to do that, Kate?
Isn't it your red button to push? Do you not want to push it? Are you scared?
Yeah, I have pushed it when it wasn't the moment to do that.
I will push the red button. Farewell. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. I'm scared of the red button.